I'm calling this Sacramento City Unified Board of Education meeting into session. Roll call, please.
Member Jean?
Here.
Member Kayada?
Here.
Member Benjamin?
Here.
Member Navarro? Member Rhodes? Member Singh? Member Ibarra?
Here. Here. We have a quorum. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Thank you. We'll adjourn into closed session. All right. Thank you for your patience. We'll call ourselves back into open session and start with our Pledge of Allegiance.
Please rise. And begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
One day.
Thank you.
4.2 broadcast statement read by Owen.
Hello. This meeting of the Sacramento City Unified School District is recorded. The recording will be cablecast on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. Today's meeting replays Monday, May 4th at 12 p.m. and Thursday, May 7th at 6 p.m. on Metro Cable Channel 14. Once posted, the recording of this meeting can be viewed on demand at youtube.com/metrocable14. We welcome members of the audience to address the board. Please complete a speaker form, which are located in the back of the room, and give them to our communications representative along with any handouts you may have for the board prior to the conclusion of the item's presentation. Please speak into the microphone when addressing the board and state your name for the record. Please limit comments during public comment to items that are not on the agenda. If you do comment on an item that is listed on the agenda, we will ask that you please defer your comments until your item comes up on the agenda. Please also either turn off your cell phones or place them on silent mode. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to 4.3, our stellar students, introduced by board member April Ibarra.
Good evening. I am excited to share with you the stellar students for this evening's meeting. I am going to do that by reading from the Camellia Paul Press, and I'm going to ask that all the students come up here as we do this. I'm also going to name off, I'm not sure if, are all of the students listed here today? I just don't want anyone to feel left out when I read this list and if they don't hear their name. So that's why I'm asking. I'm going to read the list here that's with the writing from you all. If I get your name wrong, correct me, because it is okay to let someone know how to properly pronounce your name. With that said, the Camellia Basic Elementary Journalism Club is a selective after-school program of 14 students in grades 4 to 6, admitted through an application and writing sample. Members commit at least 3 hours each week to meetings and independent writings, producing stories that inform and connect the school community. These young reporters shadow the principal, teachers, and staff to spotlight the people behind Camellia's daily operations, and also to interview parents, PTSO members, and community voices to cover events that are happening across the school. Through their student-driven reporting, the Journalism Club promotes literacy school-wide, inspiring peers to read, stay informed, and recognize the power of their own voices. The Journalism Club members are from 4th grade, Evelyn Lee, Madison Savong, Kara O'Brien, and Isaac Nieves. 5th grade students are Teagle Nyo, Logan New, Happy Gwyn, Liliana Sharikov, Olivia Saturn, and Richard Gwyn. For 6th grade students, we have Eric Lee, Madeline Hong, Kendall Fong, Viana Her, and the teacher, May Her. And it is my understanding that some students will share some words with us this evening, so the podium is yours.
Good evening, members of school board, interim superintendent, and guests. My name is Tigo Ngo, and I'm a student at Camellia Basic Elementary School. Thank you for recognizing what we do. I am here today with Journalism Club members. We are really happy to be here. We work hard to write stories and share about what's happening at our school. Thank you for honoring our school, our club, and the work we do.
Hi, my name is Madison Saving. Journalism Club has taught us how to work together, be responsible, and feel more confident. We spend a lot of time writing, editing, and sharing stories about our school. We would like to thank our teachers and staff for helping us learn and grow. We would also like to say a special thank you to Miss Her for leading our group with so much care and encouragement. She helps us believe in ourselves, use our voices, and do our very best.
Good evening. My name is Richard Wynn. We've brought copies of our work to share with you because we are proud of what we made together. Our stories show our effort, teamwork, and the voices of our school community. We also want to thank our parents and families for helping us and always cheering us on. We are very thankful for their support. Thank you again for recognizing our journalism club.
Well, thank you all so much for all of your hard work. Yeah. And this wasn't in here or in the writings when I was given the information for who was going to be honored, but I do want to share that our interim superintendent and I were able to be at an event earlier this year where I got to see many of your faces also participating. So it just goes to show how much you're invested in just being part of the community that makes up Camellia Basic. And let me tell you, it was such a warm and inviting and welcoming space to be in. So thank you for all of your work that you do both academically but also to enrich the community. Thank you so much. I'm going to come down and give you each your recognition, and then we'll take a group picture.
All right.
She's not here.
She's not here.
Madison, say that. Hi, Madison.
Congratulations.
Welcome. Evelyn Lee. Evelyn Lee. Evelyn.
Congratulations.
Very impressive work. Thank you.
Liliana Sherpa.
Madeline Hall. Madeline. Congratulations. Kendall Fong.
She's not here.
Kendall's not here tonight. Diana
Is it no?
Met her.
Open it already.
Oh, she's teaching. They're not
She'll
here.
take the one. Did everybody get theirs? We have it.
Okay, we're going to turn around and face this gentleman behind you. There you go.
And if the family wants to come in,
Yeah. The family, come
they
on
want
up.
to take the pictures? Do you want to take a picture and then come and get in the picture? Yeah?
They're like, nope. I need to take it. Ready? 1, 2, 3.
They're gonna have it in the picture.
You guys can get in the picture too. Come on. Come on. What's that? You can come in a second. Yeah, you guys can get in here.
All right, congratulations. Yes, I can do that.
All right. She was asking me about the 27th. She has a confirmation. I know. All right, we'll move on to 5.0. I believe we have some announcements of action taken in closed session.
Good evening, President Jean. There are 5 announcements coming out of closed session this evening. First, the board approved a settlement agreement related to OAH case number 2025081048 in the amount of $50,000 by a vote of 5-2, with members Kayada and Ibarra voting against the action. Second, the board approved a settlement agreement related to OAH case number 2025101105 in the amount of $30,900 by a vote of 7-0. Third, the board took no action to modify the coordinator's findings in an employee complaint appeal pursuant to Administrative Regulation 4031 and will render this decision in writing within 10 working days. I will pass the next announcement on to Interim Superintendent McCarn.
Hello, thank you. By a vote of 7-0, the board approved the appointment of Paul Hurl Souza as the principal of Hubert Bancroft Elementary School. Paul, congratulations and come on up.
Thank you. Board, Superintendent McCarn, I appreciate the opportunity to lead Bancroft and integrate into the community. Over the next hour, I'd like to share my hopes and dreams. Now, I'd like to also thank the committee that put me in this position. I'd like to take a moment to thank Rosa Parks community, where I've been the last 3 years. Amazing, and a lot of learning and a lot of challenges and a lot of rewards. And I'd also like to thank my supervisor, Tuan. He's just a great supervisor, boss, and just an overall good person. So thank you all, I appreciate it.
One last announcement out of closed session. I am pleased to announce that the board approved the following appointment. By a vote of 7-0, the board approved the appointment of Dr. Kansi McCarn as superintendent. This is our statement. Here's our statement from the full board. Our district is in a pivotal moment that requires stable leadership, a commitment to rebuild trust, and an unwavering focus on our end goal, a thriving education system designed for every student's success. Over the last 3 decades, Kansi McCarn has been a member of our community, doing the work day in and day out. She started her career in SCUSD as a kindergarten teacher at Bear Flag and Washington Elementary, and we are very excited that she'll be a superintendent that started here as a teacher. She has grown with the district, serving in multiple roles and earning the respect of her colleagues, our community, and our labor partners. These experiences have uniquely positioned her to understand exactly where we are and to be prepared to guide us where we need to go. Over the last 3 months in her role as interim superintendent, she has further demonstrated her willingness to step up where she is needed, to face hard truths, to have hard conversations, and to make the necessary decisions, which is more information than any interview process is ever able to produce. After careful consideration, the board has concluded that she is the best person to lead our district. We believe that an outside hire simply cannot match her deep local experience, her long-established relationships, and her profound commitment to the success of our district and our students. Concy McCarn fully believes in Sac City Unified. She has faith in the people who do the hard work of education, and she values the collaboration that makes teams successful. Please join us in supporting Superintendent McCarn as the work ahead will take each of us continuing to focus on financial discipline, transparency, and rebuilding trust where it's needed so that every student gets the education they deserve. Superintendent McCarn, we appreciate your willingness to lead, and we're ready to do this work. Congratulations.
Thank you, and good evening, President, members of the board, colleagues, families, friends, members of the greater school community. Tonight, I stand before you with profound humility, sincere gratitude, and unwavering commitment. With great honor, I graciously accept the role of superintendent of this extraordinary district. First and foremost, I want to thank the Board of Education for its tremendous opportunity and for the confidence you've placed in me. Your trust is deeply humbling, and I'm honored beyond words to serve our students, staff, families, and community in this permanent capacity. This district has been my professional home for, well, I'm in my 30th year, and it is here where I began my journey as a classroom teacher, and throughout each chapter of my career, I've had the privilege of serving this district with dedication, purpose, and an unwavering commitment to student success. There's more, this for me is more than a place where I've built my career. This district is part of who I am. I honor the leadership that has come before me, and I accept the role with both humility and determination. Over the past several months, our district has faced significant challenges that have required grit, resilience, and an unwavering focus on protecting our schools, our students, and our community. During this time, I will continue, as I have tried very hard to, diligently work alongside many of you to navigate the uncertainty while keeping our mission at the center of every decision. One of the greatest highlights of the past few months has been the opportunity to visit our schools, spend time on our campuses, and connect directly with students, families, staff, and leaders. Those experiences have only deepened my understanding of both the challenges we face and the extraordinary strength that exists throughout this district. As superintendent, I look forward to continuing those visits, continuing to listen, continuing to lead with visibility, transparency, and purpose. The road ahead will not be easy. Our district faces complex issues and will require thoughtful leadership, difficult decisions, and collective resolve. We must confront fiscal realities, strengthen systems, support our workforce, and ensure that every student receives a high-quality education they deserve. These challenges are real, but so is our capacity to meet them. These past few months have taken an emotional toll on our system and our staff, and we have a lot of healing to do. I move forward with confidence because I feel in this district, I believe in the dedication of our educators, our staff, our families, our students. I believe in the resilience of our students and in the partnership of our families and community. And I believe that together we can face the work ahead with courage, clarity, and a shared commitment to progress. As your superintendent, I pledge to lead with integrity, compassion, and collaboration, and an unwavering focus on what is best for students. Together, we'll navigate these challenges, protect what matters most, and continue building a stronger future for our district. I look forward to working with our community to make sure that every student has access to high-quality education and a safe and welcoming environment. Thank you again for this extraordinary honor. With humility, gratitude, and a deep purpose, I accept this role and look forward to the independent work ahead. Thank you.
As we move to 6.1 agenda adoption, we have many changes to tonight's agenda based on a variety of factors. So to start, we're going to move 10.1 and 10.7 before public comment. We're going to table 10.4 and 10.6 to a future meeting. And 10.3 is moved into our board comments rather than an official item. We're also going to move 11.1 to the end of the meeting, which would be, or past, down below 11.6, so that we can get the calendars approved. With all of those changes, I will entertain a motion to approve.
I motion? I'll motion.
We have a second?
A second.
All right, roll call.
Okay. Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
All right, so doing 10.1, this is the oral summary of our superintendent agreement. The next item addresses the board's discussion and possible approval of an employment agreement with Superintendent McCarn. The proposed contract contains the following materials and, if approved, takes effect May 1st, 2026, replacing the existing interim superintendent contract approved in February of this year. The term under the agreement will begin on May 1st, 2026, and end on June 30th, 2028. The superintendent's base salary will be $365,000, which is competitive with neighboring districts whose superintendents make in that range. The superintendent is entitled to receive the same health and welfare benefits and life insurance as other certificated administrators, as those benefits may change from time to time. The superintendent shall be entitled to 22 days of annual vacation, not to exceed 40 days. The superintendent shall receive an expense allowance of $4,800 per year for reasonable, actual, and necessary business-related expenses. The superintendent will be provided technology devices by the district and reimbursed for actual and necessary expenses incurred within the course and scope of her employment for travel and related expenses. This concludes the summary of the proposed material items to the superintendent contract. Complete copies are available from the district office upon request. Is there any public comment on this item?
There is not.
Is there a motion and a second to approve?
I'll move it.
Member Kayada moves. Member Ibarra seconds. Is there any discussion? All right, then let's do a roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro? Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Motion passes. All right, the reason we have moved 10.7 above public comment is because we've been told there are many students in the room and we want to honor their time. So at this point, I'm actually going to have our visual and performing arts update by Brian, is it Stroh? Excellent. We'll have that presentation and then we'll hear our public comment from our many students. Thank you for being ready to go, Brian.
Just a moment to get this to gigantor size. All right, thanks, Danielle. Hi, you got it. Good evening, Superintendent McCarn, President Jean, and trustees. My name is Brian Stroh, and I serve as the Visual and Performing Arts Coordinator for Sacramento City Unified, where I support arts programs across the district. Tonight's presentation is part of our regular VAPA update process. As the district continues to navigate a challenging budget landscape, I want to provide a clear picture of where we are, what has been built over the past 2 years, and what we need to pay attention to moving forward. This is not a new proposal or surprise request. it is an update on how recent investments have expanded access for students and what it will take to sustain that progress. This work is directly connected to our core value of addressing inequity and ensuring all students have access to the widest range of visual and performing arts opportunities. I don't know. Hello?
Okay, cool.
It is on. Thanks, Danny. Okay, next up. Proposition 28, or Art, Music, and Schools, AMS, passed in 2022 and made arts funding a permanent part of the state's investment in education. Over the past 2 years, that has allowed us to grow programs, increase staffing, and expand opportunities for students. Historically, access to visual and performing arts has depended upon local decisions and community capacity, which has led to uneven access across the district. In many cases, the availability and strength of programs has varied from site to site. AMS begins to change that by establishing a consistent, protected source of funding intended to expand access for all of our students, regardless of school or community resources. The state allows for a very small portion of the funding, up to 1% at the district level, to support administrative oversight. That funding is intended to ensure the program is implemented consistently, equitably, and in compliance with state requirements. However, that allocation is limited. It is not designed to fund full-time positions or absorb the broader district responsibilities required to coordinate this work across all sites. This slide shows the first 3 years of AMS funding for SCUSD. Since the funding arrived in the spring of 2024, Year 1 was implemented in the 24-25 school year, and we are now in Year 2. Each program year of the funding has a 3-year spending window, so this work is designed to be built over time, not all at once. We've focused on getting teachers in place to expand access, and now we're building the programs and systems to support that. Our approach is what's allowed us to significantly expand access in a short amount of time. In just 2 years, we've expanded access to visual and performing arts instruction to over 12,000 students who didn't have it before. This represents a significant expansion of access across SCUSD, with more than 30 AMS-funded arts teachers placed across the district. At this stage, we are reaching approximately 75% of our schools. The remaining gap reflects the phased nature of implementation, prioritizing staffing first and continuing to expand as resources and hiring allow. This is not a full system. This is the first phase of building it. The next phase of this work is expanding elementary access to strengthen the full K-12 pathway. This growth is what allows us to begin building a full K-12 visual and performing arts pathway across SCUSD. What we are building is not a collection of isolated programs, but a connected system that supports students over time. At the elementary level, students gain their first access to arts and begin developing their identity as artists. In middle school, that experience continues with more consistent instruction and opportunities to stay engaged. By the time students reach high school, they have access to more developed programs and pathways that allow them to explore their interests more deeply and prepare for post-secondary opportunities. We're already seeing this take shape in communities like Rosemont. Elementary schools are introducing students to theater through artist residencies with our partners NorCal Theater and Clara. Albert Einstein Middle School is producing 2 shows a year in partnership with NorCal Theater, and Rosemont High School has hired a full-time theater teacher through AMS funding. This level of alignment across schools did not exist before, and we're establishing similar models throughout the district. At the same time, we've been rebuilding the foundation, replacing instruments, expanding materials, and investing in the tools students need to participate meaningfully. What's been just as important as the funding itself is the system we've built around it. Access to these funds does not happen automatically. It requires district-level oversight to ensure resources are used consistently, equitably, and in compliance with state requirements. It also requires active coordination across sites, aligning staffing, supporting teachers, and ensuring programs are implemented in a way that actually expands access for students. Without that structure, access depends on site capacity, and we return to the same uneven system we've had before. AMS funding creates the opportunity, but the system is what makes it work for students. As we move forward, the work shifts from expansion to sustainability. The district's current fiscal landscape has impacted our ability to maintain stability in music teacher staffing. While these challenges are tied to broader budget conditions, they are operationalized through seniority, which means some of our newer teachers, many of whom were hired through AMS to expand access, are the ones most directly impacted. It also affects our ability to support professional development and move forward with curriculum adoption for our elementary VAPA programs. The question is no longer whether this work continues, it's how we choose to sustain it. Because while AMS funding has created a significant opportunity, it was never designed to operate in isolation. Sustaining this work requires continued district investment, particularly in staffing, coordination, and program support. Without that alignment, the system does not hold. Programs become inconsistent, staffing becomes unstable, and access begins to narrow. We've also seen families showing up, advocating for their programs and their teachers, and in many cases, the true cost of these programs is not fully reflected in district spending. While parent and booster organizations are not funding credentialed staffing, they are contributing significant time and resources to sustain what students experience. This is working, but it's not yet stable. For students, this work goes beyond access. It shapes whether they connect to school at all. I'm standing here because of music. It's the reason I stayed engaged in school and the place where I felt most confident and connected. In my 17 years as a VAPA teacher, I've worked with thousands of students who show up to school for that same reason. For many students, art programs are not just another class. They're the place where they feel a sense of belonging, where they find their voice, and where they choose to engage in school. When those programs are stable, students stay connected. When they are not, that connection is at risk. For some students, visual and performing arts is the reason they're here. This work is directly tied to whether students stay engaged in school. It impacts attendance, connection, and a student's sense of belonging across our system. When these programs are strong and consistent, students stay connected. When they are not, we lose that connection. At a high level, this is where we are. Over the past 2 years, we've significantly expanded access to arts education and begun building a full K-12 pathway for students. At the same time, these systems are still new, and recent budget reductions are already impacting our ability to sustain that progress. The question isn't whether this work continues, it's how we sustain it moving forward. And sustaining that progress requires alignment between state funding and continued district investment, especially in staffing, coordination, and program support. We've built something meaningful for students. The question now is whether we keep those programs going or allow them to go dark.
Thank you. I believe we have some public comment.
So we have about 15 speakers on this topic. A number of them are students. So what we'll ask is that in order to expedite this process and keep things moving on efficiently, if we can, I'll call up a group of 5 at a time, and if you can come up and line up in the front row here, that way we can get people up to the podium as quickly as possible. We'll begin with Christopher Tyndall Paddock, followed by Janelle Wells, who's recognized for 2 minutes. We also have Che Kim. We have Munkjin Temujin and Morrissey Ngo.
Fantastic. Come on up. Was the first name Jake? Come on up.
Thank you, Danielle.
Thank you. Good evening, members of the school board. My name is Chris, and I'm 12 years old. I've been playing the trumpet for 3 years in the Crocker Riverside Band, and I hope to play in the Miwok Band next year. I'm here because the Crocker music program means a lot to me. When I perform my trumpet, I feel like the best version of myself. There's something special about practicing for weeks and finally getting to share that music on stage. It makes me feel proud of the work I put in and connected to something bigger than just the notes on the page. Band is also where I learned what real effort looks like. You can't get better at an instrument without practicing, making mistakes, fixing them, and trying again. That's where I learned perseverance and a strong work ethic, skills that help me in every part of school. Music also does something important inside our brains. Learning and playing an instrument helps form new neural pathways which make it easier to learn music and other things too. It helps with memory, focus, and problem solving. So when you support music, you're not just supporting a hobby, you're supporting our education in a real scientific way. That's why I'm really worried about the idea of cutting the music program. If you take away music, you're taking away a place where students learn discipline, teamwork, creativity, and how to push themselves. You're taking away the moments where kids like me get to feel confident. I know you have difficult decisions to make, but I hope you'll think about the students who rely on this program, not just to play an instrument, but to grow. Please don't cut the music program. It's more than a class. It's where I learn to work hard, to keep going, and to become the best version of myself when I perform. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Chris.
Janelle Wells for 2 minutes.
Nicely done.
Hello, all members of the SUSD School Board. Today I wanted to talk to you about my experiences as a past SUSD student and how music shaped me. But sorry if I sound weird, I just got all 4 wisdom teeth out yesterday. My name is Janelle Wells. I'm currently a junior at Rio Americano High School, but first I went to last graduating class of Sutter Miners in 2023, and I was also a student at Hubert Bancroft Elementary School. While at Hubert Bancroft, I did participate in band, but band was offered through a program where students and families had to pay out of pocket outside of school in order to have access to instruments, music, and other education opportunities. And after my first year in 4th grade, prices increased, and I no longer had access to those resources. But coming to Sutter Middle School, where VEPA programs allowed me to have access to instruments and music and in more of a community, I was able to refine that passion in music. The same passion that, helped me when I was anxious and helped me to communicate and form connections with peers, as well as to be able to collaborate with others to just make truly inspiring art. So, having support for those students and having those communities uplifted is very important to me. Since coming to Rio Americano High School, recently we've had some updates in our program that have shown me how important community leaders can be in these communities. We recently had another band director hired on staff because one of our older directors is going to be retiring soon. With new people brings new personalities, right? The program dynamic shifts. Some of our older students have started participating less because they don't feel as comfortable with some of the new staffing members that we have now as they did with past staffing members. So when I ask you, when you're considering funding increases and decreases and how you're moving around staff, while seniority is a very important topic, when it comes to school-rich environments, such as Sutter Middle School, where I went, now Miwok, I hope you consider consider the importance of the staff that has made that community the community is today, as well as considering seniority. Especially with schools like Sutter, where we argue tradition never graduates, it's very important that we uphold our values at schools like that, and that's my main point, so thank you. Yes.
Next speaker is Che Kim, followed by Mukjin Temujin and Morrissey Nago.
Hello, my name is Chia Kim. I am from Miwok, also known as Sutter, and I am here for our art program. Let me describe art. It's passion, soul, expression. Without it, life would be gray. This action would cut off creativity, and in turn, where goes our dreams, our joy? Our dreams, our joy. A guitar of serenity, a statue of soul. Not near you, of course. All I ask is for you to let our world have some color and have our drums beat. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mukjin Temujin, yeah, go ahead. And then also Morrissey Nago is next.
Hello and good evening. My name is Mungjin Temujin, and I am a student from Miwok Middle School, also known as Sutter Middle School. I believe that art and music are some of the most substantial and significant things within all societies and should never be taken away from the youth, because the astonishing power of art and music play crucial roles in cognitive development, essentially every single culture, social and emotional growth, and has the power to change entire lives of all people of all ages, including young students. From my personal experience, both art and music are genuinely the main factors in my life that make up who I truly am and have always been. I have had an extreme deep passion for art and creativity my entire life, and later discovered a profound love and passion for music in late elementary school, which later ties to when I first started middle school and was put in the Miwok Middle School Orchestra. Starting out in the class and in middle school overall was extremely hard for me socially, but the orchestra class helped me build so much courage that helped me give the confidence in things even outside of school. That the class is one of the things, is the one place I felt seen and belonged to the most. And it is also the main factor that motivates me to come to school every day. It built a community for me where I felt safe. Not only has this music class made my life better and more passionate, but also the ones of countless other music students, not only at my school, but within all schools out there. Art and music classes aren't just extra periods in school. They are the roots of growing passions, talents, opportunities, and sometimes even future careers. When taken away, countless students will have no choice but to lose their passion for music, creativity outlets, sense of community, and possibly even their potential futures. The lack of art and music in some cases will also reduce students' academic motivation, mental and emotional states, and possibly a reduced quality of the schools that are having their programs taken away. Music and art are significant factors in adolescents' cognitive development, self-expression, social connection, and are undoubtedly vital to many aspects of their lives. For the future of all teachers, families, students of art and music, and generally the schools in the district, do not take away art and music. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Morcino. I'm currently a music student at Miwok Middle School. Today I'm here to talk about my beliefs as to why music and art should not be cut. While I understand that resources are limited, I want to share how music programs are important to kids like me. Because of the music program, it gives me something to look forward to. It has helped me build my confidence. It makes me feel seen, and it's providing me with a sense of community. The sense of community would not be possible without Miss Watson's guidance as the band, orchestra, and ukulele director at our school. She's helped me polish my skills as a beginning cellist and helped me feel more comfortable enough to come out of my shell. With Miss Watson being a fellow musician, she has shared many valuable experiences that encourage us as a class and as aspiring musicians. Not only do I speak for myself, I speak for the art and music community at Miwok. We all cannot afford to lose our teachers as they act as our role models and our music programs which guide to the next chapter of our lives. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next group of speakers, remember we'll call 5 names here. Please come up to the front and go as soon as the person in front of you has gone. Sophie Fossler, followed by Owen Rhoda, Cyrus DeBrondique, and then Kong Peng Tao and Megan Wygant. Sophie, you're first, followed by Owen.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Sophie Fassler. I attend Miwok Middle School and am part of Miwok Middle Orchestra. I also participated in the All-City Honors Orchestra. When I rehearse with the orchestra, I see how music impacts our classroom. These kids are very passionate about their instruments and come to school every day prepared. Beloved music programs like these, with kids and teachers so dedicated to music, help me and many others improve. I believe that kids should have the opportunity to try new things, and learning an instrument is one of the most valuable things they can experience. It's not just an elective. It teaches them culture, emotion, discipline, and collaboration in ways they don't normally experience on an average school day. It makes me feel motivated that I'm working towards a goal on my cello. Cutting funding for a music program will have a variety of consequences. Imagine if these kids had less support along their way to help them get to success. What if there was no younger generation so passionate about music like there is today? I sincerely hope that in the future, there will be kids like me learning the art of music with their friends while practicing an instrument that can lead to a lifetime of opportunities. It would truly be a tragedy to see such inspiring orchestras in this school district start to diminish. For these reasons, I respectfully request that we protect the music and art teachers and preserve student access. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Go ahead.
All right. Hello, my name is Owen Rada. I'm from Miwok Middle School, previously known as Sutter Middle School. I'm from the orchestra and I play the viola. And I'm going to talk to you about how I would like you to not do anything to the music program in a negative aspect. Because if you did that, first of all, this is basically the age where the students are pursuing passions, finding careers, and we don't want to take that away or diminish the opportunity to do that for them. Second, as well as that, we could also help you with lots of things like fundraising. We've already done 2 this year, and you could take advantage of that and basically make a lot of money off of the music programs. Third, as well as that, a lot of us have personal connections with both the music, our teachers, and the students that are within our classrooms. They are people that help us through tough times in life and sometimes keep us happy. And honestly, it's just a great place to be. You can more be yourself. And the music program helps lots of people through their lives. And that is why I'd like you to not cut anything from the music program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cyrus is next, then Kong Peng.
Hello, board members. My name is Cyrus Drobaniku, and I'm a student at Miwok Middle School. And sorry, I don't have a written speech prepared because I wasn't aware of this opportunity, but I wanted to talk about how much the music program has meant to me throughout my time as a student at SUSD. I began playing the trumpet in elementary school at Crocker Riverside through Mr. Bingen. He's a teacher here. And it really meant a lot to me because it was like one of the few things in my life that you get out exactly what you put in. And that taught me a lot about like hard work and perseverance. And later, when I went to middle school, it was a really hard transition for me because I was going from a school with a couple hundred kids to one with almost 1,000. But music gave me an opportunity to have a community, and it gave me just like, as it was one of my periods, it just gave me like a guaranteed win for the day. I knew that no matter what happened, I would always be able to go to the music program and see my band director, Miss Wassam, and that was really a big highlight of my day. So yeah, I think that it would be a shame if kids in the future did not have the same opportunity and the same joy as I've gotten throughout my career. Or time at the district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gompeng, and I am a student at Hiram Johnson, and I want to like growing up, music has always been a big part of me. And I didn't really get to really explore that opportunity up until I reached Hiram Johnson and I realized they had a music program. And music has always been a huge thing for me. And so I decided to jump on this chance to finally explore something that for a while I just didn't have good access to. And Hiram Johnson has this really unique program with so much cool people, and it really offers a nice outlet for kids my age. I feel like if this program was cut, not only would that outlet be lost, but also a lot of kids' aspirations for music or just having a hobby in general. And that is why I think we shouldn't cut music for the program at Hiram-Johnson.
Thank you.
Good evening, board members. My name is Megan Wygant, and I am the executive director at Clara, which is one of those community partners that Brian referenced in his report. We've been partnering with you for the past 10 years. We're in about 90 classrooms each semester providing arts learning to your students. And I'm here today to speak to the value of arts education and the importance of supporting it through a strong central role at the district to ensure a consistent, equitable, and strategic approach across schools. Arts education drives student success. You've heard these students today, you've seen their passion and their stories, but you might not know that even when controlling for socioeconomic factors, students with sustained access to the arts have better attendance, higher grades, SAT scores that are about 100 points higher, and graduation rates that are up to 5 times greater than their arts poor peers. Arts education is a multiplier that helps all the other investments in education go further. Visual and performing arts have been a required component. I thought I had 2 minutes. None of it's possible, though, without a strong central leader who is managing all of the programs and who has that high-level eye and is supporting the VAPA teachers on the ground. You can't leverage the community without that, and you definitely need that, so thank you.
Thank you.
We have 3 more speakers on this topic. If you hear your name, please come up to the front. We have Melanie Durbaniku, Anastasia Dolatov, and then Danae Pruner.
Hi, my name is Melanie Drobaniku. I am Cyrus's mom, and I also don't have prepared remarks. We just came here to show support for Ms. Wassam and for the music education that my children have received. We also have a 5th grader at Crocker Riverside who was able to learn from Mr. Bingen and is still learning from him. And what music education has provided was more than just the other things that children get at school. It's provided education and support emotionally. It's provided opportunity for people to form friendships and to advance and build self-esteem in ways that are not directly tied to things that they might struggle with otherwise. So I strongly encourage you to think about hard decisions, but don't cut out the middle when you're thinking about creating a cohesive program that helps children come from the education, the early education on through high school. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Anastasia Doltov. I'm a parent at CCUSD Elementary School. I'm here tonight because arts education in this district should be growing, not shrinking. Prop 28 was created specifically to expand arts music education at public schools. They are separate from the district budget and must be used for intended purpose at the allocated school sites. That means cutting music teachers that are funded by Prop 28 does not solve district budget problems. There are funds meant for students, art instruction only. Strong oversight is critical. Take a look at Los Angeles, what's happening there. There is a lawsuit happening over misuse of Prop 28 funds. This district misused Prop 28 funds prior to this year. That is exactly why transparency, accountability, and leadership matter now. Since Brian Stroff stepped into the role of VAPA coordinator, our school communities have seen real progress in transparency and compliance. School sites are finally receiving clear information about allocation balances and how to spend Prop 28. If you cut this coordinator, there is going to be it's a step backward. There'll be no accountability. There'll be confusion at school sites and increased risk for misuse of these Prop 28 funds. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
There's a button if you want to lower it.
What's that?
There's a button where you can lower. Thank you, Mr. Roletti.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I clearly don't public speak much. Okay. Good evening. My name is Danae. I grew up in and learned to play music in Sac City schools, Golden Empire, Einstein, and West Campus. I'm now a proud parent and resident of Area 4. I'm here to speak on the importance of arts and music funding. As the district faces a significant budget shortfall, it is essential that AMS funds be managed responsibly and in full compliance with the law, or we risk our district no longer receiving them from the state. In the past, our district has struggled in this area. Funds have been spent improperly or in some cases not spent at all. This has led to a loss of valuable state resources that should have directly benefited our students. That's why strong leadership and oversight matter. Individuals like Brian Stroh play a crucial role in ensuring these funds are used correctly, transparently, and in alignment with AMS requirements. With proper stewardship, we can restore trust, maximize resources, and deliver the arts education our students deserve. On February 12th this year, I attended the joint legislative informal hearing to review the implementation of the AMS Act statewide. It showcased districts where the act is succeeding and brought to light many of the struggles districts have with proper implementation. The common denominator found was the successful districts had a presence of an arts and music coordinator. I implore you all to consider the importance and value of this position. I'm going to cut a little bit, but the voters of the state of California have provided students with this incredible opportunity, but only if we follow through with integrity and accountability. Our students are counting on us to get this right. Thank you.
Thank you.
No more public comment on this topic.
Thank you. I will move to board discussion on this presentation. Do we have any questions or comments? Member Benjamin, he snuck in.
Yeah, so Mr. Stowe, thank you for all the work you do. I'm a product of Sacramento City Unified School District, right? And I played the clarinet at Tahoe Elementary School because I was late. I didn't get the saxophone, so they introduced me to the woodwinds, and I was like, "That's cool." I went on to Cal Middle School to play the drums with under Mr. Bob Setto.
Oh yeah.
And then I went to Sacramento High School under Ike Padgett, where we had a FAPAC school, as you know, right? And so I think it's, arts are sometimes the first things to get cut. And I feel like if a school or educational system is not producing the next great music artist or visual artist or theater artist or actor or actress, then I don't know if it's education. And so I appreciate, your work on this. Let's see, slide. I had a question about sustainability on, I'm sorry, I lost here. Slide 9, I believe it is.
Sorry, I don't have numbers.
Right here, stabilizing. So I was about the sustainability. I was wondering, has VAPA looked into, in terms of the teacher, kind of the art teacher shortage, at looking at hiring maybe teaching artists, right, or people from the community who teach music, who are musicians, right, or who are visual artists, to kind of be able to add more to the pool of artists. And so, you could have a teacher of record and then have this person from the community who teaches and is an artist come in and teach art. And I just want to know, have you all explored that in terms of being able to fill those spots for those art teachers?
Yeah, thank you for the question. That's a great question, and I appreciate you bringing up Ike Padgett. He was definitely a mentor of mine back in the day, and good bands back there, believe me. So congrats to being part of that program. So yes, actually, the district has looked into that, and we have strategic partnerships with Clara and NorCal Theater, and they come in and they provide residency programs to our school sites that help supplement and bolster what's happening at those sites. Primarily, those programs are working in the elementary space, and so a lot of the times they're working to sort of fill in the gap where maybe we haven't been able to hire that teacher yet, but we can use more residencies to make sure the students still have artwork. So yeah.
And I appreciate the work from Clara, but I think we'd be better served to put together a database of community teaching artists, right? And the reason I say that is because they live in the community. So in terms of serving our constituents, they're trusted adults, and they teach, or they're artists in the community. Everybody knows they're an artist, that type of thing. They might not have credentialing, but they can definitely teach. And so I would encourage maybe a database of those community artists that could come in and kind of fit into some of those spaces.
Sure. Thank you for the suggestion.
Member Singh.
All right, thank you so much. I think I want to try to address the concerns that folks are bringing up, specifically Prop 28, Prop 98. So not to make it a whole state funding conversation, but I am aware that Prop 98 funds are being withheld up until a budget snafu was found by our governor's office, and now folks are advocating for those funds to be released. I'm sure that would and should alleviate some of our financial concerns here, and that money would go directly towards and should go towards our music programs. Prop 28, I'm thinking actively about folks worrying about school site staff being cut, and I think for me, it's about us discussing the importance of maintaining music, as Member Benjamin said, because I see music in the same way I see sports, in the sense that you have to have extracurriculars to make the school experience something that everyone can actually get behind. Not every student wants to play a sport. Not every student wants to be in music, but to some level, the data is not lying. That data is truthful, that having instruments and music provided to you leads to better outcomes for students. So I'm not going to deny any of that. I want to understand where you're at with the Prop 98 and Prop 28 funding understanding, if you can explain some of that and how that's actually going to here, because I think it's important for the community to understand.
Sure.
If we have money set aside for this, none of us are trying to balance the general budget on Prop 28 or Prop 98, because we legally can't, and I wouldn't do that. None of us would do that. So I want to understand what you know about that so we can speak to the community about that.
Sure. Thank you for the question, and I appreciate you highlighting that arts are a curriculum and they are important within our schools, absolutely. So within Prop 28, one of the challenges we have right now is that the 20% department budget cuts that were impacted for central office, my budget particularly contained mostly music staffing across the district. So the realization of those cuts doesn't mean that those particular teachers that I fund were eliminated or changed, but by seniority within the system is where those impacted actually happened. So what we're hearing about tonight is that we have this unstableness and we have this uncertainty, and it's happening to trigger within many of our AMS-funded teachers because they're the lowest on the seniority pool.
Okay, so we're talking about a trigger through rights that is pushing or possibly pushing folks out or down. I hate to use the word ladder, but out or down the ladder. Okay, I think that gives a lot of context, because there is a difference between cutting a program and then I also understand and hear that there are relationships. I can't imagine, hate to use sports analogies, but having to pick up a brand new head coach the next season and say, all right, well, it's the same thing, you got a head coach. There's relationships, there's, and I can speak to Miwok's program at least, since I've gone to those events, and the way that they fill up their stadium per se and gymnasium is just amazing. The community comes out, and I can see the impact of their teacher and the work that they've done. So that answers some questions for me, and I think it also gives us a lot to think about. So I'll pause and see if other folks have questions. Thank you.
Member Kayada.
All right, I'd like to start just by saying that I very much support the music and the arts, just like all the comments we heard tonight. Member Singh just mentioned, you need programs for every student. Some kids like sports, some kids like music and arts. I'm definitely in the latter category myself. Absolutely hated sports, still do. But, I came alive in music. I think back on my time in K-12, and I remember a lot of facts that I learned in the classroom, but my memories are all in the arts. So that's definitely not something I want to see go away. It's not something that I believe that this board has asked for. And I want to know really what the community's hearing, because I'm hearing a lot also, but I'm not sure. I don't know actually what's happening at the district level that is leading to these conversations. So I want to clarify what it is. And then ultimately, I think we need to get that information to the community so they know what's actually happening. Because when there's large-scale budget cuts, it's easy to blame everything on that. But I want to make sure if we've directed anything that appears to be cutting the arts, I want to know what it is so that we can pay attention to that. But if it's not a result of the cuts directly, but just, kind of restructuring of staff, then we need to talk about that because that's different than cutting a program, even if a person is a program in a lot of cases. So I tried to pencil out any impacts that I predict could be responsible for any of those impacts. And I just want to know if this is accurate or if I'm missing something so I know what to look at. So we've directed the district and sites to cut their budgets by 20%. So there is some district support in this area. That would be administrative, I believe, for the most part, not teachers, or the teachers actually also paid out of this.
Excuse me, teachers are dependent upon this as well, because the department cuts that came to my office, I mostly have staffing in that category.
Okay.
And so as a result of that, it triggers teachers being given preliminary notices. So that's one way, and it's not saying it was intentional by the board by any stretch. It's just that that's how it's played out, and with that play out has been a level of uncertainty that the community is now experiencing. And as you all know, as you've been in arts programs before, it's a tight-knit small community. So any uncertainty becomes very well known across the community very fast. And then for my position specifically, I work out of central office.
Okay.
So that would impact me.
Okay. But to the extent that we have the proposition funds, oh, go ahead. Okay.
One quick thing, thank you. So I think what's happening is a little confusion here about the difference between the Prop 28 funds and that are AMS and LCFF funding, which is what has historically funded the central office positions and the positions that we then allocate out to the sites. So what the positions that were reduced were from the LCFF 20% that was reduced out of the department budget, so not the AMS funding. But what Brian is sharing is that because of seniority, some of those reductions then ended up impacting teachers that were hired through AMS because just the seniority ranking.
Okay.
Does
but
that-
Prop 28 does not allow us to backfill spending, so we can't cut LCFF and backfill it with Prop 28 because then we'd be non-compliant, right?
We are not doing that.
So what cuts are being made on the LCFF side?
The cuts on the LCFF side, so that was, I don't have the numbers exactly in front of me, but using LCFF funding from the central office, we have been funding the VAPA coordinator and about 6 or 7 itinerant middle school VAPA teachers using LCFF funding. And so when we reduced the department funding by 20%, we lost some of those positions, the middle school itinerant positions that already existed.
Okay. And then my understanding is there's potentially some sites that are using site funding because they might have, because with our VAPA program, you got to pick one program and sometimes they wanted a second one. So is there any of that at play here where maybe a site might have lost a position out of their budget? And if we don't know, I can.
I don't believe so because the site budgets weren't reduced by 20% in the same way that the central office LCFF budgets were reduced.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I guess the large part, which Member Singh also mentioned, would be bumping. So we might not be losing a music or an arts program per se, but we're losing the person who runs it, and the person who backfills it might not have the same skill set. So is that what we're talking about?
Essentially, yes. So we're talking about, because these are all the same job class, so VAPA itinerant teacher, that they then, so those middle school positions are closed, those teachers are more senior, and so they bump into where we have AMS positions that have been hired. So it's all the same job class, which is how seniority and bumping works.
Okay, the only part that I'm still confused about bumping, because I know that's contractual, there's not much we can do, but like if you're a math teacher, you can't bump a music teacher unless you also can teach music, right?
Unless you have, I would actually like to defer to a human resources person to answer questions about the bumping. But yes, like if you have to, if you're in that job class or you have that credential, but I don't want to misspeak about that.
A little bit of clarity on this one. I have a music credential. My credential is K-12. And so one of the things we would experience is just an example, not a real life thing that's happening. If we lose a elementary school music position and the person that bumps into it was a high school music position, that's someone with a very different skill set to do high school music like Mr. Pageant. To go do elementary school is a vastly different thing. But credential-wise, that's how we are, is we can do K-12 with one credential.
Okay. So I think I understand what we're looking at here. I think ultimately, it feels to me like a flow down from cuts that weren't intended to impact this, but it has an impact. And there's not really much we can do to address that other than, I mean, even if we didn't cut this particular program at the district office, we would still have other bumping that would filter through. I feel like I'm a little limited in what I don't see an ask that I can actually act on.
Yeah, I would say there isn't an ask. Actually, this was intended to provide you an update about what's happening with FAPA, like we do an annual update.
I mean an ask from the community.
I think that the potential ask from the community is to not have the LCFF funding that funds those central office allocated staff to preserve that funding would be the only thing that I would think would be the ask. Okay. The bumping is just simply related to that. Because teachers are only bumping within their credentialed area. So it's only occurring within visual and performing arts. Yay,
Okay.
Jake is here.
HR is here.
Good evening, everybody. So, yes, there was reductions in their specific credentialed areas that we brought to you in a resolution. Because of those reductions, as you heard, it's done by seniority order based upon credentials. So you have to have a qualified person. They have to have enough seniority to be able to displace another member. And later on, you'll see the overall results of that in some future board meetings of the outcome of layoffs and where we're at. But it's essentially based upon credentials and seniority.
Okay. Okay, thank you. I think that helps me. I'm not sure if that fully helped the community, and I think if you're seeing that my questions require 4 people to answer them, this is not an easy choice or decision before the board. It's a side effect of everything else we're dealing with in many ways. So I think I would just say, to the extent we have the ability to control some of this, I would like to see whatever options the board has. But other than that, I think we just owe the community some finality when we have it. Because right now there's just so much confusion. And I've gotten, lots of emails. Some people have emailed the whole board, and typically we're not responding to those because, one person doesn't want to speak for everyone else. I've had a few emails personally where I've tried to respond, or people who I've kind of seen out and about, and it's like, I really don't know how to answer this because there's not an easy answer.
So we shared back in March when we were doing the preliminary layoff notices, we shared a board communication that explained some of this, and I realize you get a lot of board communications, and so we will lift that one back up and share it with you again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, and I do. I'm aware of that one. It's just the context.
Yes, it's
and
coming
the
back
evolving
now.
circumstances now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
I think
so
let's
we
just
can lift
get
that
out
back
there.
up, and we can also update it based on tonight's conversation, though. So we're happy to do that and bring it back, so you all have consistent information to share with your constituents. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I guess I will just close by saying, thank you all. I know this is very difficult, and I appreciate the information. I wish there was a way this, was not before us, and it wasn't so confusing. And like I started with, I very much support these programs. I fully understand that when you're talking about the arts, a person is a program. So I will do what I can, but as I said, I feel a little tied. So thank you.
Member Singh?
All right, thank you. I'll try to make this quick. I think what folks must be asking, and I'll try to put this into layman's terms, is let's start with the intent, and I think Member Kata just spoke to this. When we think about intent and you're explaining how there's folks under you that are technically here, but they're at school sites. So when we've talked about minimizing impacts at the school sites, this is what our intent was, right? I don't think anyone here, I definitely know no one here, including folks wanting to intend to take away music programs at our school sites. So if that's the intention of the, I would say, drastic measures that we've had to undertake due to our budget crisis, I can say, at least for my part, that was not the intention. No. The other piece is, since I don't understand how the funding would work, do we have numbers around how much money we have left over, if any, from Prop 28 or Prop 98? How does it work to move things out of LCFF funding into prop funding if that money can be used directly towards the hiring of credentialed teachers for those positions? Because I know that's exactly the only way you can use those funds, which is separate from how you can use LCFF funds. Do we have some answers around that?
I don't have exact numbers off the top of my head, of course.
Sure.
There are opportunities there. However, one thing we have to be extremely careful of is supplanting. Because we can't, for instance, someone loses position A over here, we can't now fund it with AMS money. That AMS or Prop 28 money is intended to expand. So we cannot provide services we cannot pay for services that were already being provided.
That makes sense. Correct. I think I'm thinking here, like the long term, what I've shared with all of you and community at large is how do we find long-term solutions to our district? So it's maximizing proposition funding, maximizing our restricted funding as always, before we start looking at unrestricted funds to support or supplement or supplant or whatever word we want to use. I think I'm just thinking, how can we do our best to maximize Prop 28, Prop 98, use it to our benefit? We can follow the very careful way of whatever we need to do, but I would love for us to be able to explore that if there are any opportunities, if that can help alleviate some of the concerns that community is bringing up. And honestly, quite frankly, concerns you're bringing up, because as our vapor coordinator, you're working with these folks most directly. And until you told me today, these are some of the things that most boards, I would argue, do not know exactly how every single department works, functions, who falls underneath them until things like this happen. Then you start hearing from community. And as you said, the music community, like any other community, things move quickly and we're getting email after email. So same thing, I'm responding to emails, but I'm gonna respond to emails the way I know how to respond to emails, which is thank you. And I love this teacher and I've experienced great music from them, and I will ask the tough questions to figure out what can we do to support the programs regardless of what tough financial situation we're in. So I want to thank you. This was obviously a tough presentation. We're asking folks to present knowing that there are difficult conversations ahead. So I just want to thank you again for responding.
Thank you.
Member Navarro.
Good evening. So I just want to thank you for what you do. The arts and music are really important to me. As someone that focused on STEM fields, and I always thought that was more important, but at some point I kind of changed my mind and I was like, wait a second, every field is just as important. And at some point I ran into an article, but if you guys do a search, MIT research on music and coding, neuroscientists did some research, and it turns out that learning a musical instrument offers superior cognitive benefits to children than actually learning to code at an early age. So I was just like, I don't know if people had heard about it, but it does explain why Member Benjamin is up here and Member Kayada are up here. So I wanted to just highlight the work that you guys do.
Thank you. Thank you for lifting that.
Member Ibarra.
I just have a question because I can be a nerd for the weirdest things. But with that said, do you have the link to like the trailer bill that comes with Prop 98 and what was the other one you referenced?
98 and 28.
98 and 28. I would like to look into that to see where we can, I know this is a weird question, but for me, I think about when I was advocating for community schools, reading the trailer bill really helped me understand a lot of the places where you can spend money and understand deeper the context behind supplanting and supplementing and all of that. I want to have more of an understanding on what we can spend the money on, what we can't spend the money on, and how we can be creative or not. And so for me, if you can help direct me to that information, that would be helpful.
Sure. I have resources I can share with you.
Thank
I'll
you.
share them with the whole board.
I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. All right. We have a request for a 5-minute recess. So for those of you that want to stand and stretch, we'll take that 5-minute recess and we'll come back to public comment. All right, I'll call us back into session and we'll move forward with public comments 7.0. All right. I believe we have a lot of public comment tonight. Have we been able to arrange them by topic?
The kids would say we have a fat band.
Is that what they would say?
Yes. Okay. If you hear your name called, please come up to the front. I'm going to call 5 names at a time. We'll have you line up and go up to the podium one right after the other so we can be as efficient as possible tonight. We have about 60 speakers signed up for public comment this evening. We'll begin with David Wong, followed by Courtney Poole, then Jesse Gray, Stephen Bingen, who's recognized for 3 minutes, and Bianca Vargas.
Welcome.
Okay. Good evening. My name, I am David Wong. I'm an instructional aide at Luther Burbank High School. The district and SEIU have a tentative agreement that will provide a 2% raise for the 2025-2026 school year and a 2% raise for the 2026-2027 school year. The union have ratified the tentative agreement. The district have not honored its part by submitting the tentative agreement to the county for approval. The cost of daily expense continue to increase. Many classified workers are the lowest paid employee in the district. I am one of those workers. Most of us earn less than $3,000 after tax deduction. By choosing not to provide a raise, you are condemning us to endure hardship during this difficult economic time. Classified workers like nutritional service worker, custodian, bus driver, office technician, instructional aide, and many other help in the daily operation of the school. It is morally wrong to solve your financial problem at the expense of the classified worker. We, the classified worker, need our raise, which was agreed between the district and SEIU. The classified workers need a raise so that they can survive in an economy with rising costs. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. I'm really sorry we can't give everyone 2 minutes. We are going to ask you to keep it to 1 minute tonight.
Good evening. My name is Courtney Poole, and I have the honor to serve as a school social worker. I appreciate the hard work that has been going into restructuring departments in the district. I'm here to express some concerns in regards to restructuring the Student Support Services Department. Social workers are currently placed at 1 to 2 sites across the district providing multi-tiered services. My role is dynamic, fast-paced, and I'm confronted with challenging decisions daily. The Social Work Code of Ethics requires social workers to have ethical responsibility to consult with colleagues around challenging and complex situations. I lean on many colleagues for consultation, but also deeply rely on the Student Support Services leadership as colleagues are often unavailable for consult due to being busy at their own sites. I consistently reach out to the Director of student support services and our mental health coordinator 1. Having folks with social work perspective and background and expertise to consult with is crucial in my ethical decision making. I don't have enough time to finish this, but I'm just asking you to take into consideration when you're doing the restructuring that we really do need someone with that social work background and perspective and mental health background as, you know, the leader of the people who are working at the site level.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessie, and I'm also a school social worker with Student Support Services. And if we are going to be moving forward next school year without any formal leadership for us, there are some definite ethical, safety, and liability concerns that will be coming up. Number one, our suicide risk assessments. To date, this school year, our department has completed 502 suicide risk assessments. Moving forward, if we don't have a leadership, who will be the person that will maintain this policy, that will train district staff on the policy, train the appropriate staff who will be facilitating the risk assessments, who will site administrators be able to go to when there's nobody available on campus that is trained to perform these risk assessments, and who will train staff consult with about these issues if we don't have someone centralized to go to. Second, consultation. So without formal leadership with a mental health from a mental health professional, who will school social workers go to for clinical expertise and consultation on complex student needs? We're living in unprecedented times for 6 years. The challenges are growing and growing and seemingly never ending. We need somebody to have our back, and we can ethically consult with them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, board and superintendent. My name is Stephen Bingen, and I've been directing the parent-funded before-school band program at Crocker Riverside Elementary School for over 16 years, since long before California voters established music as a mandatory core subject via Prop 28. I come before you today to urge you to reconsider plans that will eliminate our stage, which would deliver a fatal blow to our music program and all the other performing arts that have used it over the years. But first, let me tell you a little bit about my very special band program. At Crocker Riverside, we currently have 107 students participating in the band. That's 1/3 of our upper grades, or 17% of the entire student body. Last week, 2 of my 6th grade flute players performed in front of 58 California County superintendents of schools. These students performed at a high school level and earned a standing ovation, putting our district in the spotlight while also illustrating what elementary-aged students can accomplish with early access to music education. In just a few weeks, our band students will stand on the field at Sutter Health Park and perform in front of 14,000 people to open for the Rivercats, followed by a solo trumpet performance of the national anthem by another one of my very talented 6th graders who happened to be the very first student you heard speak tonight after the VAPA presentation. Meanwhile, the district is proposing a plan to replace the library with a TK classroom, relegating the library to the auditorium stage where we currently host daily band rehearsals and store all of the equipment needed for band, including instruments, music stands, sheet music, etc. By erasing our historic stage, we would be putting an end to a 50-year tradition of school-wide performances such as talent shows, plays, musicals, spelling bees, assemblies, guest artists, choir and orchestra concerts, and yes, without a place to store our equipment and hold rehearsals, it would also put an end to our very popular band program. We are taking away band from 107 students to make space for 20 additional students at a campus that is already bursting at the seams. At the same time, and I wrote this before earlier conversations, but I'm gonna read it anyway. At the same time, our site's general music teacher, who serves every single student on campus, is being laid off, even though her position is nearly fully funded by the state via Prop 28. I have to ask, why are we cutting a state-funded position if it doesn't save the district any money? And it puts us in direct violation of Prop 28's mandate to expand art and music at our school. In short, we're laying off a state-funded, state-mandated music teacher at the same time that we're making decisions that will eliminate our stage and every activity that depends on it, including band. This is a 1-2 punch to our school's music curriculum that will be devastating for the students of Crocker Riverside who look forward to every day that they have music. And it will, I urge you to reconsider both the layoff and the TK plan. Thank you.
Hello, board. I'm a Crocker parent, and we've been very intensely working with you for the past 2 months and just learned today that we are getting the grass we so deeply want and asked for, and I'm here to thank you. It's a rare and special occasion for our students. Every single student in Crocker knows about the grass issue, and they got to watch the adults, the principal, the teachers. They talked about them amongst themselves. And they watched us come to this decision and see adults make a choice for them to support something that they love, which is playing outside on the grass. I just want to thank you so much. It's a really special moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next two speakers that we will call are Jeff Bardot, recognized for 2 minutes, followed by Tiffany McFarland.
My name is Jeff Bardot. I'm a parent at Crocker Riverside Elementary, and I am here tonight to say thank you. Over the past few weeks, this board has done something that does not happen in every school district. You listened when parents raised concerns about the field. You did not dismiss us. You did not rush us. You created space for this community to bring forward documents, questions, and evidence. You asked hard questions of district staff and public on the record, and you have taken the time to understand what is actually being proposed before next week's vote. This is what good governance looks like, and it is rarer than it should be. I want to thank you specifically for allowing this advocacy to happen. School board meetings can be intimidating. The process can feel inaccessible to working parents who have never spoken at a public meeting. You welcomed them, you let them speak, you read their emails, you took their evidence seriously. And next week on May 7th, you will vote on a project that looks very different than what was originally proposed because of that engagement. That changed something for our children. It also changes something for our community. The parents who learned how to participate in this process will not unlearn it. They will be back for their schools, for other schools, and for the next thing that matters. You helped to build this. I want to thank Board Member Rhodes for asking the question about how Crocker campus compared to the other elementary schools. That single question opened the door to a much fuller conversation about what we are doing at our elementary schools and why. I want to thank Board Member Kayada, as he said what many of us were thinking, that artificial turf at an elementary school should be an absolute last resort, and that kids need grass and shade and a place to play that feels like sanctuary. I also want to be clear about something. From the very beginning, this was never about my kids. It was never about Crocker. The work the parents of this community have done over the past few weeks has been about every elementary school in this district. Kids at our school, kids across this town, and kids who are not yet in kindergarten all deserve the same care, the same scrutiny of decisions made on their behalf, the same access to healthy play. So please, on May 7th, vote and confirm this, and thank you, and allow us to make policies for the future for every child in this district to have a safe place to play.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Tiffany McFarland Olchese. I'm here tonight to offer my sincere thanks for your decision to listen to the voices of Crocker Riverside's community. Many of us parents, students, and neighbors came forward with concerns about the initial plan of artificial turf, and it meant a great deal to see those concerns heard and thoughtfully considered. My own children, a kindergartner and a second grader, stood here with signs and spoke at meetings. My 8-year-old even was able to share her perspective when she ran into ABC 10's Mark S. Allen at Marie's Donuts on Friday. It reflects just how deeply this issue resonated with families across Sacramento. For us, it wasn't an abstract thought. This was about spaces for children to grow and learn in every day. Our community believes that all children deserve schoolyards that are healthy, natural, and safe, and we believe in protecting and encouraging the natural environment so it can continue to benefit not just our students, but our broader neighborhoods and ecosystems. I know how fortunate we are to have such active and engaged parent community, but I hope that that the lessons process this process are able to be brought forward from the district, continuing to prioritize transparency, collaboration, and thoughtful decision-making from the start. We are eager to work alongside you on the next phase of this plan. I know I'm out of time, but there is real momentum here, and this is an opportunity to partner with the community to create schoolyards that reflect our shared value. Your willingness to reconsider and ultimately move in a different direction shows respect for both science and the community you serve. This matters. It builds trust, and it sets a very strong example for our children about the value of civic engagement and thoughtful leadership, and that is why you have my thanks tonight. Thank you.
Next group of speakers, again, when you hear your name called, please come up to the front and go at one right after the other. These speakers have signed up on the topic of Edward Kelly Preschool. We'll begin with Amanda Chapman, who has 4 cards for 4 minutes, followed by Allison Alexander with 4 cards for 4 minutes, Brianna Insigneme with 2 cards for 2 minutes, Estrella Carew, 2 cards, 2 minutes, and Lily Holt.
All right. Hello, Sac City Board and Superintendent McCarn. I'm Amanda Chapman, the teacher of Edward Kelly's Parent Participation Preschool. To be honest, at this point, I'm hanging on by a thread, but I refuse to give up. As one of the largest school districts in California, how is it possible that middle-class families will not have a preschool in Rosemont, Lincoln Village, College Glen, College Greens, and beyond? Being a teacher in Sac City makes me one of those middle-class families. I was so fortunate we found out about Parent Participation Preschool for our daughter. She started off in a portable classroom at Sequoia. It was nice, we enjoyed it, but then her class had a field trip to Edward Kelly. I thought, why in the world are we not at this school? Even with my husband and I working in Sac City, we hadn't known about Edward Kelly. Luckily, both of my children were given the amazing opportunity to attend EK, and I am forever grateful. Edward Kelly truly is the perfect school with the perfect model. Children become academically and socially ready. That's a given. The unique part is that parents gain parent education while building community. For many, this is their introduction to our district. I am welcoming families and setting them up with the most positive experiences while connecting them to Sac City. Edward Kelly creates a strong bridge for families to continue on to K-12 with success. When I see Facebook posts showing which kids are making honor roll at their elementary schools, I see EK kids standing on stages with certificates. Where will our preschoolers go next school year? Please don't tell Lincoln Village and Rosemont families that they are expected to commute to Tahoe. Our families were given flyers showing them preschool options for schools our parents don't qualify for, or ones for children under the age of 3. Just like how there was an error with your food budget, I too question numbers. Edward Kelly has a budget for materials. Did I use this money? No. Parents and I purchased materials. Did I submit per diem timesheets for staff or monthly parent meetings? Nope. Will I take benefits next year? No. Did I take a day off and request a sub even once this year? No. I am making sacrifices to keep early ed alive and accessible. We have had an ongoing struggle with advertising. We don't have a district logo outside our school. People can't even read the tarnished sign that says Edward Kelly. Scouts came and planted flowers to beautify the front. Those got weed whacked. 2 parents that I know were turned away by enrollment at Cerna last year. They were told, Edward Kelly is not part of this district. Even HR told me the same thing years ago. I was told, Edward Kelly is not one of our schools. Our school's name isn't listed as one of our area board members' schools. Our name was even mentioned on the fiscal plan, a school you want to close. not even mentioned. To find the positive in all this stress, because of the news of the possible closure of Edward Kelly, now people know it is a school. We are finally being noticed. That can only help with enrollment next year. Wouldn't you agree? I already have a class list of interested families with the thought that there might even be a school, but people are interested. Please give us a chance. Please put kids first.
Allison is next, followed by Brianna and then Estrella.
Okay, so here we are again, advocating for Edward Kelly. This time I have the voices of over 1,200 community members at my back. 1,252 people signed our petition in just 2 weeks. Our community has a deep connection to Edward Kelly, and we implore you to factor that into this decision. I fear the budget crisis has made everyone forget the purpose of a school district. Not everything can be reduced to numbers on a spreadsheet. A school district exists to educate children, build community, and create a connection between home and school. Edward Kelly does all these things. A school district should be willing to spend money on schools and programs that benefit children, especially a program that has parent investment and involvement built into it. I don't want the value of Edward Kelly to be just a number in a line item, but since numbers seem to be the biggest factor in this decision, we should talk about the numbers. According to district employees, the total overhead cost of our program, and we need to look into it because of the things she has brought up in terms of materials and other things, is around $100,000 for the whole program. Our teacher has already shared she's willing to give up her health benefits, which would drastically lower that cost, and we've shared with you that we're ready to hit the ground running to create a 501c3 organization to fundraise for Edward Kelly. That would supplement the tuition and again lower the cost to the district. We have broad support in the community, and I have no doubt we could raise significant amounts of money. So less than $100,000 for an entire program, and is that the dollar value that this school is not worth? 150 years of Sacramento history, thousands of families that have gone through the program, generations who care. A few more stats on some numbers that I find difficult to swallow. When doing research on all of this, I was directed to Transparent California. The most recent data for our school district is from 2024. That data shows that our district employed 31 individuals with total compensation packages over $300,000 each. Those 31 individuals alone cost the district more than $9,300,000. The district also employed almost 800 individuals with total compensation packages of over $200,000 each, costing the district upwards of $160 million. The board also awarded our previous resigning superintendent with a $152,000 salary payout. So her time not working is worth more than our entire program. In the end, this isn't actually about numbers, but our values and priorities. And early childhood education should always be a priority, no matter the fiscal challenges.
Next is Brianna for 2 minutes, followed by Estrella for 2 minutes, and then Lily Holt for 1 minute.
Good evening. My name is Brianna in 6 May, and I'm a parent at Edward Kelly. At Edward Kelly, my child is known. She is seen. She is part of a real community. One that includes dedicated parents, like you see here tonight, a teacher who loves and cares for these children like her own, and experiences that shape who she becomes. Every month, these kids go out into the world on field trips, and they get to learn by doing. They build confidence, curiosity, and connection. One thing that has come up is that TK is an alternative, right? But TK does not offer what Edward Kelly has offered. It cannot replicate the level of engagement, the hands-on learning, or the deep family involvement that happens here. Edward Kelly is one of the last few remaining parent participation preschools in the district. When you close something like this, it doesn't come back. So when we're told to just go to TK, what we hear is accept less. Less opportunity, less connection, less for our children. I'm a middle-class working parent. I don't qualify for programs that have thresholds for income, but I also cannot afford private preschool. That puts families like mine in the middle with nowhere else to go. Edward Kelly is the only affordable program in my area close to my home that offers this level of care, community, and enrichment. This isn't just about a school, it's about access, equity, and whether families like mine are considered in these decisions at all. We've heard that this is about funding, about deficits, but this Edward Kelly community has shown that we are willing to fight, sacrifice, and show up. We are, you're not just closing a school, you're closing a door that families like mine may never be able to open again. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Estrella Carew. This is my daughter's second time in preschool, and our first time we did have Miss Paula at Thomas Jefferson. As you know, her 2-day program has closed. As we were trying to find another program, not necessarily for daycare or childcare, but for the socialization skills to instill in the kids as they transition into TK and kindergarten. But mainly, again, social skills and the ability to grow without their parents being there, even if it's just for a couple hours. We landed at Edward Kelly and Miss C. We absolutely love this program. And Miss C. My daughter had a hard time in the beginning, but these programs have been so helpful in the transition of being scared, fearful, and being left behind. She had a problem with us leaving, and I won't lie, I had a problem too. I have to say now, my daughter has been so much better as far as that goes, and it has been a lot to do with Miss C. Miss C instills kindness, softness, patience, and just plain the relationship that a teacher and friend does have with their students. During the transition, Raylan, my daughter, had a tough time. Missy knew I had a tough time too, and she took the time to send me photos of Raylan being a big girl and enjoying preschool. Being in this program has such a wonderful thing that has happened to my family and to many other families that stand here as well. I could not imagine not having preschool available in our area, as there are many 2-, 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds that need this opportunity. Just a little info about my College Glen, College Green area. We had T-ball registrations. We had 9 teams enrolled and had 10 to 15 players. That's over 135 players that range over 3 to 5 years old. Knowing this knowledge will give you an idea of how important our community will be impacted. When we heard that this school, our home, was going to be closed, it's quite scary, not just for my daughter, but for other generations coming. You guys have a wonderful teacher, Miss C, and has been with your school for over 24 years. You have a home, a schoolhouse that has been there for many years, and you have a facility there. You have an area where kids can grow. I really hope that you guys can reconsider the closure of Edward Kelly and keep us open. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Lily. If Edward Kelly is closed, we will lose more than just an important program. We will lose a piece of our community history. Edward Kelly has served families for generations since 1920s that has legacy and connection that simply cannot be rebuilt. Closing the school doesn't just save money. It destroys something that has taken decades to build. The district will lose great teachers like Miss C, preschoolers will lose quality education, and the sense of community that ties the community together will disappear. We'll also lose the critical options for families like us who do not qualify for programs or cannot afford private preschools. These are the same families who stay together, who stay engaged, who volunteers and continues to support our school long after preschool. Once the school is gone, bringing it back together will take far more time, effort, and resources, and only if it can be brought back together at all. I asked the district to reconsider the decision and carefully think about what's being lost here. My 2 children graduated at Edward Kelly. Please don't take this opportunity and chance for my 3rd child. Thank you.
We have no more speakers on this topic. We'll move on to our next group of people. Again, once you hear your name called, please come to the front and go up after the next person, the person in front of you. We have Keith Herron, followed by Heather Simone, and then Garrett Kirkland. Garrett has four cards for 4 minutes.
Good evening, board members. My name is Keith Herron, and I previously led youth development programs in Sacramento City Unified School District for over 25 years, beginning in 1994 under the name Target Excellence. During that time, I developed a research-based curriculum along with business, reporting systems, student progress systems designed to track and support program impact and keep families and school leaders informed. Fortunately, I was able to copyright that material. The district already has prior documents that include weekly reports, curriculum descriptions, and copyright reference materials connected to that work, along with formal written notice that was provided before current contracts began. I am asking the district to review current youth development vendor deliverables associated with recently approved contracts for Leaders of Tomorrow and Empowering Possibilities Unlimited, including service agreements SA 26-00553 and SA 26-00584. Because those records are already in district possession, I believe that there is sufficient basis to carefully examine whether currently funded program materials, weekly reports, and reporting structures are fully independent and appropriately reviewed. My request is focused on transparency and oversight. I respectfully ask that the current scopes of work, weekly reports, and program deliverables be reviewed to ensure confidence that district-funded services reflect independent educational practice. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you.
Next is Heather Simone. Do we have Heather? Okay, we'll go to Garrett Kirkland for 4 minutes.
Good evening. Garrett Kirkland on behalf of UPE. Last week I spoke about clarity and how a lack of clarity creates uncertainty that moves into our schools, and that clarity is around budget decisions, staffing impacts, and a plan moving forward. Today I need to build on that because as more information begins to surface, whether it's about the scope of the deficit, potential reductions, or how decisions are being made in closed session, the issue is no longer just clarity. It has become about confidence, and confidence in the decisions that were made, confidence in the information that has been shared, and confidence in the path forward, and perhaps more importantly, confidence in who district employees believe should lead the path. And at the site level, that lack of confidence matters, because UPE is being asked to lead through this moment, to stabilize schools, support staff, and make decisions that directly impact students while working to understand what staffing will look like, what programs will remain, and what resources will actually be available. And when that understanding is incomplete or inconsistent, it creates hesitation, it creates second guessing, and it divides attention at the exact moment when focus matters most. That shows up in real ways. And it delays decisions about hiring and staffing. It's creating uncertainty about which courses and programs we will offer students. And in the questions we're asked by staff and families about next year that we cannot yet answer with confidence. And the impact of that is real. It affects how we build master schedules, it affects how we support students, and it affects the stability of our school communities. And while we are managing all of that, conversations about solutions continue. UPE is ready to be part of that work, ready to be part of the planning and redesign. We have veteran members who have successfully balanced budgets and implemented programs for decades. Let's also be clear about scale. UPE represents roughly 4% of this district's budget. We cannot resolve the structural deficit of this magnitude, and solutions will not be effective unless they are built and shared on accurate understanding of the problem, one that includes the full scope of the deficit, the impact of the current decisions, and the role all parts of the system play in addressing it. Because without that, we are not solving the issue, we are responding to it in pieces. What this moment requires now is action at scale. It requires real concessions that meaningfully impact the budget, and the board has that ability through its relationship with SCTA to help make that happen, and it needs to happen now. Because if those concessions come late, they will be reactive and or used as leverage, and that limits the long-term effectiveness. But if concessions are developed earlier, they will begin to create stability, and when systems stabilize, schools can do what they are meant to do, focus on students, their growth, their safety, and their learning. Timely action builds confidence. Delayed action creates uncertainty. Our schools cannot afford the latter. Thank you.
Next group of speakers have signed up to talk about the Free Ride RT program. When you hear your name called, please come up to the front. Go up one right after the other. We'll begin with the students who've signed up. We have Kimberly, followed by Marilyn Martinez, Karina, Esmeralda, and then we have Valerie Nyberg.
¿Puedes aquí? Gracias, gracias.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Kimberly, soy estudiante de la High School Matlachi y soy miembro de Sacramento ACT. Yo soy una estudiante que usa Ride Free RT para ir a la escuela y regresar a casa. Este programa es muy importante para mí porque mis tutores trabajan muchas horas en el transcurso del día y no siempre podemos ir en carro. En mi opinión, el Ride Free RT nos ayuda a ahorrar dinero ya que la renta y otros gastos están muy altos y costosos. Si se elimina Ride Free RT, me afectaría a mí y a muchos estudiantes de mi comunidad. Tendríamos que buscar otras alternativas para asistir a la escuela. Si se elimina, yo y muchos estudiantes dejaríamos de asistir a la escuela o tendríamos tardanzas diariamente, lo cual afectaría nuestra educación. Por estas razones, sugiero que continúe el programa Ride Free RT para los estudiantes y la comunidad. Thank you for listening.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly, and I'm a student at McClatchy High School and a member of Sacramento ACT. I'm a student that uses Ride Free RT to get to school and to get home. This program is very important to me because my tutors work many hours during the day, and sometimes we do not have access to a car. In my opinion, the Ride Free RT helps us to save money and helps with the rent and high costs of living and other areas. If the Ride RT is eliminated, it would affect myself and many students in my community. We would have to find other alternatives to get to school. I would have to stop going to school at times or be tardy frequently. That would affect our education. These are the reasons I suggest that this program continues, Ride Free RT, for the students and our community. Thank you for listening.
Next is Marilyn, followed by Karina, and then Esmeralda.
Hi, my name is Esmeralda, and I am a student and a member of Sacramento ACT. I ask that you do not cut the Ride Free RT program because it is essential for students to be able to get to school. Transportation is the foundation of school attendance. If students cannot get to class, they cannot learn. In addition, when attendance drops, the district also loses important funding That is why this program is not optional. It is a necessity to ensure that students can be in school every day. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it. Buenas tardes, miembros de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Antonio. Soy padre de estudiantes en el distrito y miembros de Sacramento ACT. Por favor, no corten el programa de transporte gratuito de los estudiantes. Para muchas familias como la mía, este programa es la única forma de que nuestros hijos lleguen a la escuela. Sin transporte no pueden aprender ni avanzar. Este programa les da una oportunidad justa, les ayuda a estar en clase y a tener un mejor futuro. No es un gasto, es una inversión en nuestros hijos y en nuestra comunidad. Por favor, no lo quiten. Gracias.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Antonio. I am a parent of students in the district and a member of Sacramento ACT. Please do not cut the free student transportation program. For many families like mine, this program is the only way our children can get to school. Without transportation, they cannot learn or move forward. This program gives them a fair opportunity. It helps them to get to class and build a better future. It is not an expense. It is an investment in our children and our community. Please do not take it away. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got, do we get Esmeralda, right? Do we have Iveta Franklin? And then we have Sue Simonelli and Elvia Vasquez.
Money, money, money. That's what it's all about tonight. Good evening. We have a permanent superintendent. God bless you. Welcome. My name is Iveta Franklin. I'm a member of Sacramento ACT, Missionary Baptist, Grace Missionary Baptist Church as well. My husband happens to be the pastor. I'm also a celebrated tenured retired elementary teacher from the Bay Area, and I'm a published children's author. I implore you, I ask you, I urge you not to cut the free ride RT program. Transportation is essential for school attendance. If students can't come to school, they can't learn. And the district risks losing funding. A rider-free RT improves attendance, reduces truancy, and it gives students access to jobs and after-school activities, which is so very important for our youth. It also helps reduce inequalities in Title I communities providing free, reliable transportation. In closing, don't let this program end. Thank you.
Good evening, board members and new superintendent, McCarn. My name is Sue Simonelli, and I'm here on behalf of the SAC Act Education Committee. We strongly support the ride-free RT program for students in the Sacramento area. Thank you for your continued support of this program. I understand that this is an extremely difficult time for Sac City Unified due to the budget shortfall, and that you all have the onerous task of deciding where to make cuts, but please don't cut ride-free RT. If we want Sacramento's future to include educated and engaged citizens, transportation for students is essential. If we want to provide educational opportunities for all children, regardless of their socioeconomic status, native language, or the color of their skin, we must fund this program. Particularly now, at this horrific time in our nation's history, we must stand with our Latino families and with all others who may no longer feel safe in Sacramento. Please make the ride-free RT program a permanent part of the budget. I sincerely thank you for your service to the community, especially during these challenging times.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Elia Vasquez. I have a child student here in the district. I'm also a community organizer with Sacramento Act. I work with some families and students, parents, and Title I schools. I'm asking you to protect, no, please do not cut the Ride-Free program. Many low-income families work long hours just to afford basic needs like rent, and many do not have extra vehicles to ride their children to schools. The free ride is not a benefit, it's the only reliable way to get to school for some students. We know that the district is facing this deficit, but cutting the transportation will impact these students. This will increase absenteeism, affect learning, and worsen decline school enrollment. We know that the free ride is being very successful, so please, we ask you to continue funding. And also, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Martinez. I'm a student and a member of Sacramento ACT. I ask that you do not cut the Ride-Free RT program, as it is an essential service for our entire community. Although it's mostly used to get to school, it's also students' day-to-day transportation to get to other places in a safe and reliable way. This program has grown significantly over the last couple of years. In 2021, it was recorded that there were 600,000 rides, and by 2026, it's expected to exceed over 4 million rides. Eliminating this program would directly affect thousands of families in our community, some of whom I personally know who depend on this transportation. Not only would students like me not be able to go to school and learn, but the district would lose important funding due to poor attendance. In addition, the students today are our future, therefore we should do everything in our power to help them succeed, pursue their education in order to have better futures. This is why I ask you not to cut this program. After all, it's an investment in education for opportunities for all students. Thank you for your time.
Next group on this topic, we have Alma Garcia, Nora Barraza, Maria Garcia, and then Nate.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Alma García. Soy madre de estudiantes de la escuela McClatchy High School y soy parte de Sacramento ACT. Primeramente, agradezco la oportunidad de expresarme y aún más externo mi agradecimiento por el apoyo que han dado al programa de transporte gratuito para estudiantes Ride-Free RT. Yo creo que muchos estudiantes dependen del programa para su asistencia diaria a la escuela y no solo eso, sino también para ir a eventos culturales, deportes y tareas. Hace tiempo se cerraron escuelas y muchos no tenemos una escuela cercana a casa. Corremos el riesgo de que esto se repita y ya no hay transporte escolar como antes. Por ello, el programa es vital. En la escuela de mis hijos, como en otras más, hay exceso de tráfico, a veces accidentes, además de descontento de las personas que viven cerca de las escuelas, lo que crea conflictos con los padres de familia. Esto sería peor si el programa desaparece. Hay muchas razones más. Por favor, apoyen el programa. Muchísimas gracias.
Good evening. My name is Alma Garcia. I'm the mother of students attending McClatchy High School and part of Sacramento ACT. First of all, thank you for the opportunity to express myself, and thank you for your support that you have given the program of free transportation, free RT. I think that many students depend on this program to be able to get to school every day, and not only that, but also attend all cultural events, sports events, and other areas of need. A while ago, schools were closed, and many of us do not have a school near our homes. We run the risk of this repeating itself and fear that there will be no transportation for students to get to school. This program is vital. At my children's school and many others, there is an excess of traffic. There are accidents. The nearby neighbors become upset from the traffic, and it creates conflict with parents and families. These problems will get worse if the program disappears. These are examples of the impact of the loss of the program. Please support the free RT program. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenas noches. Mi nombre es Nora Barraza. Soy madre de una estudiante de aquí del distrito de Sacramento y también soy miembro de Sacramento ACT. Les pido con urgencia que no recorten el programa de Ride Free. Para muchos estudiantes, este programa no es un beneficio opcional. Es la diferencia entre llegar a la escuela o quedarse en casa sin aprender. Sin transporte no hay asistencia, sin asistencia no hay aprendizaje y cuando los estudiantes faltan, todo el distrito pierde, incluyendo financiamiento crítico. Ride Free mejorará la asistencia, reduce el ausentismo y apoya especialmente a las familias de comunidades más vulnerables, brindándonos acceso gratuito y seguro al transporte escolar. Recortar sería retroceder en acceso y equidad y oportunidades. Gracias.
My name is Nora Barraza, and I'm a parent of a student in the district and a member of Sacramento ACT. I strongly urge you not to cut the Ride Free RT program. For many students, this program is not a convenience. It is a difference between getting to school or missing out on learning entirely. Without transportation, there is no attendance. Without attendance, there is no learning. And when students are absent, the entire district loses, including critical funding. Ride Free RT improves attendance, reduces chronic absenteeism, and especially supports families in underserved communities by providing safe, free access to school transportation. Cutting this program will be a step backward in equity, access, and opportunity. Thank you.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Karina y yo soy miembro de Sacramento ACT. Les pido que no recorten el programa Ride Free porque es un servicio muy importante para toda nuestra comunidad. Este programa ha crecido mucho. En 2021 hubo 600,000 viajes, en 2026 se espera rebasar los 4 millones que esto muestra que cada vez más personas lo necesitan. Ride Free ayuda a los jóvenes a llegar a la escuela, a los trabajadores en sus empleos y muchas familias a tener más estabilidad. También reduce el tráfico y mejora la seguridad en nuestras calles. Quitar o reducir este programa afectaría directamente a miles de familias y reduciría oportunidades en nuestra comunidad. Por eso les pido que lo protejan y lo sigan funcionando. Es una inversión en oportunidades de seguridad y el futuro de todos. Gracias.
My name is Karina, and I'm a member of Sacramento ACT. I ask that you do not cut the Ride Free RT program because it is a very important service for our entire community. This program has grown significantly in 2021. I'm so sorry, one second. Okay, thank you. I apologize. This program has grown significantly in 2021. There were 600,000 rides, and by 2026, it is expected to exceed 4 million. This shows that more and more people depend on it. Ride Free RT helps young people to get to school, workers to get to their jobs, and many families to achieve greater stability. It also reduces traffic and improves safety on our streets. Eliminating or reducing this program would directly affect thousands of families and reduce opportunities in our community. This is why I ask you to protect it and continue funding it. It is an investment in opportunity, safety, and everyone's future. Thank you.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es María García y soy organizadora comunitaria con Sacramento ACT y trabajo con padres y familias de escuelas Título 1 en el distrito. Les pido que protejan y no recorten el programa Ride Free RT. Muchas familias de bajos ingresos trabajan largas horas para pagar lo básico como la renta y muchas no tienen un vehículo extra para sus hijos. Ride Free RT no es un beneficio adicional, es la única forma de llegar a la escuela de manera constante. Sabemos que el distrito enfrenta el déficit, pero recortar el transporte afectaría más a los estudiantes con menos recursos. Esto puede aumentar el ausentismo, afecta el aprendizaje y empeora la baja en la inscripción escolar. En 2021 hubo 600,000 viajes y se espera que en el 2026 se superen los 4 millones, lo que demuestra que es un programa esencial. Les pido que busquen otras soluciones de financiamiento antes de recortar este programa. Mantener Ride Free RT es una decisión de equidad y de apoyo directo a nuestras comunidades más necesitadas. Gracias.
My name is Maria Garcia, and I'm a community organizer with Sacramento ACT. I work with parents and families from Title I schools in the district. I'm asking you to protect and not cut the Ride Free RT program. Many low-income families work long hours just to afford basic needs like rent, and many do not have an extra vehicle. For their children, Ride Free RT is not an added benefit. It is the only reliable way to get to school consistently. We know the district is facing a budget deficit, but cutting transportation would disproportionately impact students with fewer resources. This could increase absenteeism, affect learning, and worsen the decline in school enrollment. In 2021, there were 600,000 rides, and by 2026, it is expected to exceed 4 million, which shows this is an essential program. I ask that you explore other funding solutions before cutting this program. Keeping Ride Free RT is a matter of equity and direct support for our most vulnerable communities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nate, you're up. Nate is the next and final speaker on this topic of SAC-RT.
Hello, I'm here representing the McClatchy High School PTSA, Parent Teacher Student Association. Thank you all. I want to let you know that I am here supporting the student-led initiative to preserve some of the Ride Free RT. I absolutely appreciate the direct, candid, and cogent feedback we received from several board members on their emails. What we've also been doing, we've been busy. We've been reaching out to the City of Sacramento, Sacramento County. I went to the SMUD Board of Supervisors, all seeking funding to patch those holes to get this program sustainable again. I understand the existential crisis you're in. And we need to find other partners to do that. But our ask, maybe not today, but within the next year, we ask that you work with the City of Sacramento, the county, whomever, all get in the same room, set up the Ride Free RT program as durable and sustainable and formalized. The ad hoc arrangement now is clearly untenable. The budget is year to year. We can't come hat in hand. This is a tremendously successful program. Everybody gets it, but it costs very little from all the partners. Bake the pie. Right now it's ad hoc. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The final speaker in public comment is Steve Bruno. Mr. Bruno has 15 cards for 15 minutes.
Public comment. Yep.
Good evening. I have 15 minutes, but I'm going to try to keep this as short as possible because this meeting's already going pretty long and you guys still have a lot to get through. So I've been pretty outspoken recently, and I realize you guys are probably wondering, who is this guy and why should we listen to him? Well, first, I'm a husband, father, grandfather. And in case nobody's picked up on this, I'm a little neurodivergent. And my particular flavor of neurodivergence gives me something called a heightened sense of justice or justice sensitivity, which means when I feel something's unfair, I'm just biologically incapable of sitting there quietly, which is why I'm here and why I'm going to keep coming back over and over and over again. I'm a database administrator for this district. I'm very, very passionate about my work. I primarily work with our student information system. The other database administrator primarily works with our financial system. And frankly, when I'm having a rough day and just feeling burnt out, sometimes going through the student information system when I'm looking up a student record and seeing their photo just reminds me of what this work's all about. And I want you guys to understand, I'm not unique in that aspect. The employees of this district are very passionate about serving the students of this district. We work hard because we believe in what we do. Another thing about me I'm also a board member. I've been sitting on a school board since before any of you were elected to this board. So I know what it's like to be up there as well. In fact, I missed the last regular meeting because I wanted to attend an event where we got to honor our students, because I feel that's important too. I've criticized you guys for the donations that you've taken. I've taken precisely $0 in donations from anyone because I don't want to even create the appearance that I'm serving anything other than the public. One of the things that I have stressed in some of our board meetings is we as the board get a lot of recognition, but we're not the ones doing the work. The teachers who are there with the kids day after day, they're there for the good days and the bad days. The front office staff who's there to answer the parent questions. The principals who know the students by name. They're incredibly vital. But so are the people that keep the computers working. Or, we have a Lisa running our finance, and she's absolutely incredible. And we could not do what we do without the support of everyone else. We have our student support services staff, and the work they do is just amazing. I've heard comments from the board about things like approving consent agenda items that you didn't truly understand, or about staff slipping things into the consent agenda. I want to stress, it's important to read the entire packet, every single detail. Each of those consent agenda items has additional details. And the staff's not slipping things in there. You guys are approving the agenda. You guys can pull things out of consent agenda. You've done it before. None of that is being secretive. It's just trying to streamline the things that there's not expected to be a lot of controversy over. The other thing that we do is if we have questions about the board agenda, we ask the superintendent in advance the questions that we know that we have. This allows the superintendent to direct the staff to gather any information so that staff's not sitting there going, I don't have the answer to that and I'll get back to you. Yes, questions do come up sometimes during the meetings, but if you guys do that, it really helps make sure that the staff can be prepared to answer your questions. Again, I'm trying to cut this down. One of the important things is you guys have a responsibility to your constituents, to the students, the community, and to your employees. And this includes treating your employees well. The way these layoffs are being handled is not treating your employees well. There needs to be more transparency. There's a lot of employees who are questioning how this reorg is being done. Do people even understand what we do to make an informed decision on this? If you guys could increase that transparency, that would actually reassure a lot of employees. At the March 5th meeting, Exhibits A on both agenda items were approved with almost no discussion. But for Exhibit B, you guys remember that there's a human involved with each of those line items. That was the case for Exhibit A too. Every single one of those positions is a person. I sent you guys an email inviting you to the hearings so that you could see the faces and hear the stories. And let me tell you, some of those stories were absolutely heartbreaking. But I didn't see any of you attend that hearing. To be clear, I'm not blaming the teachers. They're working hard, doing what they can. And I don't blame the teachers union because it's their job to advocate for the students. And let's be completely honest. You guys are not given the funds to properly pay the teachers what they deserve. But your job is to responsibly use those funds, even when that means saying no to something that you desperately want to give. Discussions about stripping administrative staff back to pre-COVID era misses that we were understaffed at that time. And the work has drastically changed since then. Chromebooks were not a common thing at that pre-COVID. And in tech services, we deal with Chromebooks a lot. Well, I don't, but I'd be absolutely useless at that. But the people that do are repairing those things and providing tech support constantly. There's new regulations and reporting requirements, new applications to support. We've added Parent Square and ClassLink and got to move data between systems. The work has changed. So therefore, the staffing needs to change too. I've heard a lot of comments about you've directed staff to do things and staff just isn't listening to you. I want to remind you guys, as a board, you have a single employee that you can direct to do things, and then she directs her staff, okay? You guys have mentioned emails with staff where you're not getting the information and said we should do a public records request. I'm still waiting for the results of that, but I have taken you up on that offer. Staff does make mistakes, and especially when we're busy and stressed out, mistakes happen. Nobody's trying to undermine you. We're just human. So I have a few things that I want to request. First, accept responsibility for your decisions that got us here. Stop pointing the finger at accounting firms, auditing firms, CBOs, staff, SCOE, FICMAT. It was decisions that you didn't adequately anticipate the results of. And that's okay. As I said, we're all human. We make mistakes, but you got to own it. Second, I suggested this before. While we're in this state, I think you guys should be suspending your stipends, and I think you owe it to the public to put this on your next agenda, to either suspend them or defend why you aren't suspending them. So I'm going to ask that you guys please do that. I'm going to ask that you guys give employees as much
Point of order. Is this negotiations or is this a public comment?
This is, I'm representing myself, and I'm just saying this is what I would like to see you guys do.
Okay, it's because you're making requests, so that's why I'm asking. Thank you for clarifying.
As a member of the public, I am requesting, just like when other people requested that you not cut certain programs, I'm requesting that you guys do this. Okay? I'm asking that you give employees as much advance notice as possible. The district has a habit of waiting until the last minute to put out the layoff lists and everything. Please, even if it's a day or two or a few hours early, anything helps. Okay? And if you guys want to meet and discuss this more informally, I'm willing to meet with any of you guys and have a conversation. Let's do lunch. I want to see this board be more effective. And frankly, I think you guys are all better than you have been. Thank you.
All right, I believe we're moving to 8.0 consent agenda. And I've been told we have public comment on this.
We do have one person for consent agenda. We have Danae Pruner.
Hello. Good evening again. My name is Danae. And this is regarding consent agenda item 8.1G. One thing I hear at every board meeting is the promise that the district wants to be as transparent as possible. In regards to accounting transactions, the information publicly available is extremely muddy and/or vague, and I've had to submit several Public Records Act requests to access accounting information, which every other local district provides openly on their websites. I even checked them to make sure what I was asking for was not unreasonable. As a government accountant, I understand the value of transparency of public funds and the occasional need for confidential transactions. The borrowing from and repayment of special and restricted funds should be completely transparent, and I am requesting that the transactions mentioned in Agenda Item 8.1G be easily publicly available on SCOSD's website. With the status of our budget, I have concerns about the district's ability for repayment. I also have concerns that this is asking for a resolution allowing borrowing from special and restricted funds to be added annually at the beginning of each fiscal year. It feels a bit like robbing from Peter to pay Paul, and that's not a cycle we want to be stuck in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, I'll entertain a motion on our consent agenda. Thank you. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
And roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye. Moving on to 9.0 and 9.1 Employee Organization Reports, SCTA.
Good evening, members of the board, Superintendent McCarn. In the interest of time, I am cutting my speech even shorter than I'd planned and starting with something positive. Congratulations, Superintendent McCarn, on your appointment as superintendent. Very happy to see you have gone from being a kindergarten teacher here to in charge of induction when we called it that, to head of HR, to superintendent. So congratulations. Now I'll start to talk about the concerns. I feel like a broken record. Another meeting and another inadequate fiscal recovery report. Until around 4 o'clock this afternoon, the fiscal recovery plan consisted of 1 1/2 pages cover memo. No details, no information, no urgency. So around the time that you as board members were probably leaving your day jobs and driving over here for a closed session is when finally the PowerPoint came out. And I don't know how you could be expected to have, thoughtful questions and understand what was in that PowerPoint if you didn't have some time to see it beforehand. And certainly as a member of the public, I can't without having been able to see it for a while and look at it and think about it. So it's becoming clear as the fiscal crisis unfolds that is the school board and the general public have not been well served by the business office, whether in its previous iteration or currently. The position control report, not yet. Enrollment going up or going down. Facility says it's going down. The CBO told us the budget building was built on enrollment increase. How is anyone supposed to make heads or tails of the district's budget when there's so much confusion and lack of information? Thank you.
Thank you. SEIU?
Good evening, board, and our new superintendent. I'm so excited. I'm here tonight on behalf of SEIU and the hundreds of classified professionals that we represent. When we look at savings of any of the plans, they don't come close to the projected deficit. I want to share a few highlights of what the district is spending on contracts. Reports from SUSD to the CDE show that in the fiscal year 24-25, last school year, the district's spending in the category of services and other operating expenditures was $156 million, or 144% of the statewide average by other unified school districts, or almost 50% more than other comparable unified school districts. The district's second interim report for the current 25-26 year projects that services and other operating expenditures will balloon to $188 million the end of the current year in June, though the district originally budgeted this category at 1/3 of that amount, or $63 million for this year. When will we drill down further? We will see that in the fiscal year 24-25, SCUSD spent more than 3 times the statewide average on the subcategory titled Subagreements for Services, or contracted out services for instructional and support activities. In the fiscal year 24-25, that amount was $102 million. In the current 25-26 year, spending in this category is projected to rise to nearly $108 million. We were expecting to see a reorganization chart outlining the proposed changes to central administration. Instead, what we have provided is a list of FTEs across departments. That is not the same as a reorganization plan, and it does not give our members the information that they desperately need. Right now, hundreds of SEIU members have been impacted by layoffs. Some have been told they might be brought back depending on how this reorganization unfolds, but might is not the answer people can build their lives around. These are real people with families, financial obligations, futures that depend on clear information. They need to know, do they have a job or do they not? Who's impacted? Who is going to be brought back? And when will these decisions be made? The uncertainty is not just inconvenient, it is causing significant stress and hardship. Quite frankly, the way this process has been handled has felt cruel to many of the people we represent. I do want to acknowledge this board. We recognize that you understand the seriousness of our financial situation and the risk of receivership. We see that you are asking the hard questions, demanding data, and trying to make informed decisions to stabilize the district. I also want to acknowledge that under the leadership of no longer interim, Superintendent Consi McCarn, we are for the first time in a long time seeing and hearing that some things are actually being cleaned up. The increased transparency and improved communication are noticed, and they are appreciated. However, it is deeply concerning that the information you are requesting and that we are requesting is still not being clearly provided. Instead, we continue to receive incomplete answers or information that diverts from what is actually being asked. That is not how effective governance works. When this board gives direction, it should be followed with transparency and accountability. I want to be clear. SEIU supports the difficult work you are doing. We know you inherited complex challenges, and we appreciate the tough conversations and decisions you are making. But our members are counting on you to ensure that this process is transparent, timely, and humane. Please continue to push for the full reorganization plan, for clear answers, and for accountability, because our employees and the students we serve are depending on it. We sincerely hope this reorganization leads to a stronger, more stable district for everyone.
Thank you.
You want anything? No? Thank you.
TCS, Teamsters, UPE AFSA, Local 154, AFL-CIO.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent McCarn. Congratulations. UPE is ready and willing to work with you to make SCUSD an effective and successful district. There is significant work to be done, and as we have said at every meeting, the work ahead of you must be done in authentic collaboration with all labor partners. You have been appointed to ensure that all members of the SCUSD community are included. We are concerned that this board has publicly admonished principals, particularly regarding our work ethic and professional integrity. Repeated statements have been made suggesting that administrators are failing to do our duties to partner with our community members, that we do not create committees such as school site council appropriately, that we only pick the people that we want and those who will do what we want them to do. These claims do not reflect the dedication and efforts of our administrators. More so, they are bold-faced exaggerations of the process we must follow. Not only must we follow strict guidelines, but we submit documentation of our processes. Appointing a superintendent for a second time in a row without a transparent hiring process, including at the very least input from administrators, staff, parents, and community partners, is a clear example of the very fears and concerns that have been publicly aired during board meetings. We have just watched this elected body 2 times in a row appoint a superintendent in secret, all the while accusing us of being illegally secretive in our work. This contradiction is difficult to reconcile. The impacts of the secrecy of this board will be borne by our schools and our students. In fact, they already are. We want to be very clear that this concern is not about Superintendent McCarn or her capacity to effectively lead. Rather, it is about a persistent pattern in the way that decisions are made by this board that do not align with the expectations and standards they have publicly set for others. A board that repeatedly makes impulsive decisions is not a board that is acting in the best interest of children or our community's trust. Despite all of this, UPE entered into negotiations with the district this week in good faith and clear transparency. We have shared our concerns about the ongoing culture of instability and inequity, not only for our students, but across labor contracts. We cannot continue to endure labor contracts that are written to favor another labor group's needs in our contract language, nor can we continue to agree less than that which other labor partners are readily offered. We look forward to engaging in respectful negotiations that result in positive outcomes for our members and thereby our students. Again, congratulations.
All right, moving to 9.3, the President's Report. I just wanted to take a moment to recognize that April marks both Sikh Heritage Month and National Arab American Heritage Month. We actually have a board member that represents each of those communities in Member Singh and in Member Kayada. And these monthly celebrations give us a chance to take a moment to just learn more and grow more and ensure that our students and families are seen and valued and heard in these precious communities. And that concludes my report. Moving on to 9.4, information sharing by board members. Would anybody like Member Ibarra?
So many less folks in here this late in the night. But I just want to share some words today as I reflected on today and what it means for me. Since our last regularly scheduled board meeting, I've had the incredible opportunity to visit several of our school sites. At each location, I connected with families, and I genuinely appreciate the warmth and openness I encountered, even in the spaces where hard conversations were had. Your feedback and concerns are invaluable to me. One visit in particular left a lasting impression, and it was my time at New Joseph Bonheim. There, on a Friday morning, right after a very long board meeting, I showed up and I joined students as they participated in a routine of walking around for 15 minutes before they start class. And this routine has proven remarkably effective for many improvements that the staff have seen in students this year. More often than not, whenever I engage in any school, I like to talk to students. I always ask them about their favorite parts of the school day or year. More often than not, the responses revolve around socializing and making human connections. So you hear things like recess, lunchtime, when the bell rings, and all of those things. But really what they're saying is they value the connections and the time that they have in those spaces. However, during my visit at New Joseph Bonheim, every single student that I spoke to that morning, from kindergarten through 6th grade, provided the same 2 answers when I asked the question. They said math and science. This is a testament to the inspiring work being done at New Joseph Bonheim, so I encourage all of you to reach out to Ms. Wiley and consider touring the outdoor space that they have created for learning and the initiative that's igniting excitement around these subjects of math and science. But why do I share that? Because reflecting on these experiences bring me to the core of what our collective why is and why we each do what we do. And that's the children that we serve. And that brings me to my next point. We celebrate on April 30th, or what I meant to say is on April 30th, many families from across Mexico observed what is known as Día del Niño, or Children's Day. And it's a celebration that began in 1925 to recognize the rights and welfare of children, particularly those who were affected by the aftermath of World War I. As I took a moment this morning to reflect on Día del Niño, I was left with a question. How do we genuinely celebrate our students today through our work and advocacy? Are we truly prioritizing the needs of students in our discussions, or are we allowing our own desires to overshadow their voices? What does it mean to ensure that kids feel seen, heard, and understood as we navigate these challenging conversations ahead? This Día del Niño carries a special significance for me, as I am assigned to our Student Advisory Committee. I've seen our students passionately advocating for their voices to be included in every space, including the LCAP process. They're becoming more engaged in their school site councils and actively participating in their communities, ensuring their perspectives resonate in all of the spaces that they occupy. So today I invite each of you to listen and take a moment. Take that moment to truly listen to the children around you. Slow down and experience their voices as more than just noise, because those voices are the sweet melody that compels me to advocate for them with even greater depth and determination. I'm reminded of the need for effective communication with the same social and emotional approach that we teach our kids each day. We must move forward with the very characteristics we expect of the children. Let this Día del Niño inspire us to uplift our students and to make their voices the cornerstone of each effort. Thank you.
Is there any other board comments? All right, moving on to 10.2, High School Voter Education Weeks. Oh, is it on? Go ahead and tap it. Okay.
Good evening. Today we're on behalf of the Student Advisory Council to provide insight on High School Education Week. My name is Sophia Edliant. High School Voter Education Week serves to raise civil awareness and support engagement among high school students. It encourages eligible students ages 16 to 17 to pre-register to vote from April 13th to April 24th. It encourages eligible students ages 16 to 17. Since 2016, under High School Voter Education Week, nearly 1.5 million students have pre-registered to vote, resulting in more than 1 million new eligible voters. The High School Voter Education Week helps students become more hands-on with real-world issues, educating them on the impact that they can make in their communities by voting, giving way to a new generation that will guide future policies that are important to them. In the future, SUSD can support Voter Education Week by providing more insight to school sites on what High School Voter Education Week is about. Using SAC as a resource to connect with students at these school sites and directly educate them on why participating is important to our future.
Hello, board. I would like to share some statistics related to voter registration and how SUSD can impact voter registration on our school sites, specifically aimed at our high schools. So along with voter registration, voter participation among youth has been declining. Further, likely voters are disproportionately white. According to an August 2025 study by the Public Policy Center of California, white voters make up only 36% of voters, but they comprise of 50% of likely voters. At SUSD, collectively, we have 81.7 students of color attending our campuses. And increasing voter registration among youth and championing voter continuity among youth are both important to civic education and crucial to maintaining our democracy. So with our large population of students of color, we have the advantage to push voter registration and turn the tide. If we encourage more students of color to get registered to vote and also stay engaged and make them feel empowered with their votes, we can see the tide shift, and voters who are voting continuously will not be disproportionate. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Do we have board discussion? Member Singh?
I just want to say thank you, get out and vote, and also want to recognize I was on a panel with Owen 3 weeks ago, and just heard you speak very eloquently, much better than I would have spoken at the age of, I'm not going to say how old you are, but you are in high school, and that's not how I was talking when I was in high school. And I say that to say that it's crucial for folks to engage at this early stage, especially when we have a state where folks can get pre-registered to vote, so that when you enter college or you go off after high school, you're actually ready to go and you're ready to participate in civic engagement. So appreciate the work that you do and glad that you are engaging folks.
Thank you.
Member Kayada?
So I'm, a poli-sci major and someone who worked for the Secretary of State for over 3 years. So obviously I'm a little biased here, but I think voting is one of the most important parts of what it means to be a citizen of this country and to participate in our democracy. The first elections I did, I was volunteering, couldn't pre-register back when I was in high school. But I still remember when I registered to vote for the first time when I turned 18. Haven't missed an election since, and it's really looking at these issues that you might not have heard about and reading about them shows you what's actually happening in the society around you. And more importantly, when you vote, your representation reflects the society that you live in. So it's important to constantly do that. And finally, I will say for high school students in particular, voting is a habit, and you got to start young. You got to build that muscle memory that you look at the ballot, even if it's something you haven't been paying attention to, you just get used to it. Yeah. You pull the ballot, you look at the candidates, you look at the issues, you vote. And that's participating and being part of our society. So thank you for this presentation and really encouraging all of our students to get out there and make this a habit that they commit to for life.
Thank you. And to your point about volunteering, also if you cannot vote, personally, I am 17 years old. I'm pre-registered to vote. And although I cannot vote and do not have primary ballot access because the proposition failed back in 2014, I still am very active and engaged, and I am volunteering on political campaigns that I think will benefit my future. And I also am helping out with some school board campaigns as well. So it's volunteering, especially in youth, for campaigns and causes that you believe in is very much important. And I think that we are also seeing an influx of youth who want to get involved, not just on campaigns, but just getting involved civically, as we just saw today with Sacramento Act. So it's a very important thing to be civically engaged, and I'm very proud that we are seeing that in our next generation.
Member Rhodes?
I wanted to let that applause ride for you, man. I would just say this is great, and however that you can plug me into anything that's happening, especially on the south side of the city, how we engage young people around getting them registered to vote. Yeah, Member Benjamin, I did say south side of the city, just FYI. And I just once again, however that you can, I can engage, that would be great. I would love to get more people out.
Mm-hmm. And I think it starts with when you come to spaces where it's youth dominated, like youth councils and stuff like that, it's very important to talk with youth, not talk at youth. And I think that that's a perfect way to engage youth. And, when we talk about voter registration, a lot of times we have voter registration drives that are doing exactly that. They're talking at us, not with us. They're telling us all the reasons why we should vote, but they're not telling us why it benefits us. And I think that is a key part of why we are seeing low voter turnout and registration in our youth. So just fun fact, I guess. Well, not fun, but you get it.
Another round of applause for the guy. Round of applause.
Member Benjamin.
And I'm not going to hold you, but I do want to congratulate you too. Civic engagement is something that we all have to be a part of. I want to congratulate you. He didn't mention that he is the youth commissioner for District 5, Councilmember Katie Maple, right? Yep. And so, you know, I'm very proud of you and what you do, and continue to do that. And as Member Rhodes said, please involve me as well in whatever part of Sacramento, you know, that we can engage you to get involved. It might not seem like it counts now, but it's still something that you have to actively be a part of, right? And I remember when I, just like Member Kay, I remember when I first registered to vote, I haven't missed an election yet. So thank you for all your work.
Thank you
Member
so much.
Ibarra.
I will not repeat what you just heard everyone else say, but I'll echo it. I just want us all to take a moment to really see this is what I'm talking about in my comment when I was talking about Dia del Niño and how we embraced our children and create the space for their voices. What you are seeing and hearing here is about the impact that Owen is having locally because we are investing in Student Advisory Council. And we're in a space where we push our students to look at other ways that they can serve. And by investing in our students here, we're having a large impact because Owen is, as you've heard, serving at different capacities both in our city, but he also chairs a committee that can impact voters in the region for high school students. So I just wanted to highlight that. This is an impact that you don't just see locally in your school district, but it's an impact that when you invest in youth, goes into the greater good of our community. So thank you for the work that you all do with the Student Advisory Council, and I hope that we can continue to partner with you in that work.
Thank you so much.
Member Navarro.
So obviously awesome. Super proud of you and what you're doing. I never thought I would do this because I never really liked homework, but I'm gonna give you some homework. But also, like, I want to echo the sentiments of everyone up here, especially Member Rose and Member Benjamin. If I can help, that'd be cool. So I believe students ought to be able to vote at least in school board elections. So I don't know what you have to do. If you're interested in doing that, make it happen. I will support it.
I will say that there is actively a movement built up of youth and also some city council members, and they're pushing for having youth vote on not only just their individual districts, but also county school board as well, which is very important for fiscal oversight. So there are definitely pushes to get, specifically in city council, to get youth ballot access, ages 16 and 17 specifically for school boards. So that is something that is happening right now. They're called Vote 16 Sacramento. You can follow them on Instagram. It's at Vote 16 Sac. So you can look for more information there. That's just what I know of currently. So if any of you guys would like to get involved with that, I gave you the Instagram.
Okay, and something else is very important because I noticed that older citizens vote, and I noticed that younger citizens don't. And you guys are the ones that are going to live longer with those decisions, right? So, I mean, I can't really say how proud really in words of the work that you've been doing, and also like that you're already in a commission at this age. I hated politics at your age, and look, you know, look where I am right now. So you're ahead of the game by, like, I'm not going to say how old I am, but you know what I'm saying. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I will try not to take much more time. But I will say to your point about how younger people are not voting, it's more because younger people are working, and they're often working 2 to 3 jobs because of the economic state of Sacramento, California, the United States. And so these are sociological problems that we are looking at that are starting to affect voter registration and also voter turnout. So that is something very interesting to look into. And I think those institutional problems need to be fixed before we start trying to get youth to vote. But, you know, got to start somewhere. So, yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Good job. All right, moving on to 10.5, process for changing school site mascots. As we're moving forward to that, I am going to entertain a motion. We have 90 more minutes of business on our agenda, so we need to extend the meeting to at least midnight. I would propose 12:30 because we tend to like to talk.
Are you asking us to put a motion?
Yep.
Oh yeah, I'll move.
Do we have a second? I'll begrudgingly second it. Okay. All in favor? Aye. I think we have 4 opposed. We've got a no. All right. Welcome.
Hello, President Jean, Superintendent McCarn, members of the board. I'm Nathaniel Browning, and tonight I'm here to talk about the proposed process for changing school site mascots. Here is the agenda for my presentation. And as always, here's the district's core value and guiding principle as it relates to mascots. Before we discuss the process for changing mascots, it's important to ground the board in the legal landscape that shapes these decisions in California. California in 2015 was one of the first states in the nation to take legislative action on the use of Native American mascots in public schools. The law prohibited public schools from using Native American names or images as mascots, recognizing that these depictions, even when intended as honorific, cause harm to Native communities. 5 years later, AB 3074 strengthened those protections significantly by closing exemptions that had allowed some schools to continue using Native American mascots. Critically, AB 3074 set a hard line. All California public schools must retire Native American mascots by July 1, 2026. Both laws directly inform how we approach any mascot change conversation, particularly at the secondary level. Going forward, any proposed mascot must be screened by district administration teams for compliance with these laws before community engagement even begins. So anecdotally, elementary schools are where mascot changes usually occur most frequently. Unlike secondary schools, the scope of an elementary school mascot change is relatively more straightforward, both in terms of community impact and cost. That said, a change still requires a structured process. Step 1, the process begins at the school site. Typically, the principal identifies that there's an interest in updating or changing the mascot. The principal needs to bring the idea forward to their instructional assistant superintendent before any public-facing conversation begins. Step 2, stakeholder engagement. This is the heart of the process and is a non-negotiable. Input must be gathered from all of these required stakeholder groups before any mascot option is formally considered. District staff from communications help outline ADA accessibility requirements for any new mascots, and the facilities department outlines the cost to update the facilities as needed. Step 3, once stakeholder feedback has been gathered, drafts of the mascot options are developed that reflect the input received. At this stage, the communications department reviews the final options. Their role is to ensure any proposed mascot meets accessibility standards, for example, reviewing color contrast required for students and community members with visual impairments. This is a compliance step and is not a design preference. Step 4, the instructional assistant superintendent reviews the proposed mascot and the stakeholder engagement process and the facility's cost estimate proposals before granting final approval. Once approved, the graphic design is finalized. Implementation then follows. Updated posters are produced and the facilities coordinates the updates, the exterior signage, and other. The process is intentionally thorough, but is not burdensome. Elementary mascot changes are physically manageable in most scenarios, but funding is still needing to be identified. The typical total cost is under about $3,000. The district currently has a graphic designer on staff. Otherwise, graphic design would be contracted out. Before design is finalized, the communications department must sign off on the final graphic to make sure it meets those accessibility requirements. For campus signage, this covers updating of key interior posters and printed materials across the site. Not many items need to be replaced or replaced immediately. The principal and district work together to prioritize the most visible and high traffic touch points first. The largest cost driver at the elementary is typically the exterior marquee or any other permanent signs on the facility. Facility staff identifies all locations during their assessment process in step 2, so there's no surprises. At under $3,000, this is why elementary schools changes, when supported by community, are usually typically approved and moved forward. The same is not necessarily the case for secondary schools. At secondary sites, these changes are much more uncommon. The district needs to approach them thoughtfully and with great care for all members of the community. When a change does occur at the secondary level, it is because the district has determined it through careful reflection and engagement. The current mascot this is when the current mascot no longer serves the best interests of all students and the broader community. Mascot changes at the secondary level are typically prompted by a recognition that the school's identity may be causing unintended harm to members of our greater community surrounding us. The district deeply respects the tradition and pride that school communities have built around their mascot over many years. These are not decisions made casually. But at the same time, our core commitment is to ensure that every student feels seen, respected, and welcomed, and that our school symbols reflect that commitment. The district has navigated this process twice in the recent years at what is now called Miwok Middle School and Umoja International Academy. In both cases, the community engaged in meaningful and inclusive process that ultimately resulted in new names and mascots that better reflect the values of our greater community today. California law as guiding framework outlines much of this conversation, which provide clear guidance on mascots that are no longer permissible in public schools. Where state law applies, it gives the district a clear and consistent framework to point to. The process is worth emphasizing. The stakeholder engagement process exists precisely to protect the school community, including those who have deep affection for the current mascot. It is important to note that mascots might slightly change over time, but it is critical to still engage the stakeholder groups with any slight changes in the mascot over time. Secondary sites might be reluctant to address mascot changes required by law. The district must initiate that process in these instances. The question that remains is who is responsible at the district level to initiate such a process? The district responsibility is to lead these conversations with integrity, honoring what has come before while remaining clear-eyed about what best serves our students today and in the future. One of the most important things the board should understand about secondary mascot changes is the physical scope involved. Unlike elementary schools, a mascot change at a middle or high school is fundamentally different in the undertaking, with an estimated cost of approximately $250,000 all told. This alone requires any reason for any change of logos to be deliberate and transparent with the community about what is involved. It's also important to note that with AB 3074, it outlines that an extended timeline is possible for such changes. At the secondary level, a mascot is woven into nearly every aspect of the school's physical environment, and its athletic and extracurricular identity. The sheer volume of mascot depictions across a secondary campus means that a change touches virtually every single corner of the school. This is not a matter of updating a few posters. It's a comprehensive rebranding of the school entirely. Every sport across every season would require new uniforms, game jerseys, practice gear, warm-up gear, everything you can imagine in relation to sports. Again, this could be happening over time as outlined by AB 3074. Depending on the size of the athletic program, this alone can represent a significant portion of the total costs. Sportswear and swag. On-hand inventory in the school store, booster club merchandise, and spirit items distributed to students and families would all need to be retired. This is an area where school communities often feel the change most personally. Spirit Wear represents years of investment by families and supporters. The district should work with each school to manage that transition respectfully and with clear communication to the community about timelines. A phased implementation plan should be developed and shared. Interior and exterior signage throughout the campus would need to be updated, including painted murals, banners, marquees, gym floors, etc. Facility staff should conduct a comprehensive site assessment to identify every location where the mascot appears and develop a phased implementation plan as appropriate. A change of this scope requires close coordination between school leadership, the academics department, communications department, and facilities, in addition to the school community itself. A detailed plan with clear milestones and budget tracking should be developed before implementation begins. Almost there. So before we open it up for question, I want to leave the board with a few key points, and I hope to frame the approach in how changing mascots needs to occur. Having a clear documented process for mascots is very important, just like everything in the district. AB 3074 and the Racial Mascots Act established the legal minimum the district must meet. Compliance is not optional, but the district's commitment to equity and belonging goes beyond legal compliance. The law gives us the framework. Our values give us direction. Elementary and secondary schools are very different creatures and should be approached accordingly. The district has a proven model with Miwok and Umoja, and they're not just case studies. They're proof that the district can navigate name and mascot changes successfully when the process is followed and the community is brought along with care and transparency.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do. We have quite a few speakers on this topic. I think we need to go 1 minute per because it's going to exceed the 15-minute limit per topic. Is that
okay?
Okay. We'll do 1 minute per speaker. We have Lozen Miranda Brightman. Lozen has 4 cards for 4 minutes. Please come up and when your name is called and be ready to go. Maria Miranda is next. Hukatil Miranda and Wakoni Milk.
Hello, trusted board members. Nice to see you guys again. My name is Lozan Miranda Brightman, and I am a student at the Met Sacramento High School. I am a member of the Cheyenne River Sioux Lakota tribe and come from the Muskogee Creek, Otomi, and Yaqui tribal nations. I am the student leader who took up this issue of addressing the discriminatory warrior mascot at Hiram Johnson and have been working on it since last school year when I first wrote a paper and researched policies concerning this issue. I have given a previous public comment addressing this issue of the mascot at Hiram Johnson and speak on behalf of 333 students and community members who have signed the petition that I created to change this discriminatory mascot. This petition and movement for change is backed by local leaders and the community with supporters from the following orgs: Youth Forward, American Indian Education Program, Student Advisory Committee, Indigenous Healing Collaborative, American River College Native Resource Center, Native Dads Network, Soul Collective, Washington Neighborhood Center, and have the support of a local tribe being the Shingle Springs Band and Weewak Indians. This mascot helps to create a bigger problem that we have in our society, which is the normalization of racism against Indigenous peoples. I have given you all a copy of a short presentation that you can go through, which has some more independent information on this topic in my research. This mascot has been there for all to see since the creation of this school and has been fostering this racism against tribal students and the tribal community since then. Students who are becoming young adults in the world are learning that this racism is acceptable in modern society, furthering the discrimination of Indigenous peoples in both the Sacramento area and outside. The imagery has grown over time with new additions done by artists who have taken wrongful racist inspiration of the stereotypical warrior mascot and theme to paint murals around the school, as well as items like a totem pole. These images have come from many different tribes and further show the inaccuracy of the stereotypes of Native people that this warrior mascot depicts. This type of imagery also negatively impacts tribal youth's mental health. It impacts their identity and self-esteem while painting the image of inhumanly characterizing and stereotyping Indigenous peoples, as proven by a study conducted by the American Psychiatric Association. This imagery goes against the California state law as stated in the California Racial Mascots Act. This law states that all schools in California must change their mascot imagery and name that is discriminatory against Indigenous peoples, as stated before. This law began in practice during January 1st in 2026, and the warrior mascot is directly disobeying state law. It also openly goes against what our district promises in our policies to provide a safe and welcoming learning environment with no discrimination being allowed. I also want to add that 333 supporters and I propose that all staff members at Hiram Johnson High School take the needed tribal-led cultural sensitivity training to further the needed education on why this normalcy is wrong. And hopefully in the future, all staff in the district will take this extra training so this type of issue doesn't happen again. I hope you all think about this, and I hope to see you all soon for this issue to be an action item. Mado, thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Miranda, and I'm with Indigenous Healing Collaborative. I'm Otomi and Chichimeca of descent. I'm an elder in our community, a community leader, a cultural bearer, and a spiritual leader. I've worked with Indigenous youth for many years. Thank you. Of course. I didn't realize I was that short. I've worked with Indigenous youth for many years, uplifting them, teaching them not to stay focused on the atrocities of the past. And I'm saddened that our educational system continues to not hear the voices of our Native youth, especially in our district. I ask that you be the change we need for our Indigenous youth to feel seen and respected, and that they matter. We are not mascots. Yeah.
Hello, trusted board members. My name is Sochi Miranda, mother of Lozon Miranda Brightman. I come from the Yaqui and Otomi Chichimeca tribal nations. I'm a parent in Sacramento City Unified School District, and I'm speaking in support of removing the derogatory imagery and mascot at Hiram Johnson High School. This imagery reduces Native identity to a stereotype. No student, including my child, should not have to see their culture turned into a symbol or a costume at any of our schools in the district. That is not inclusion and does not reflect the values of our district that the district claims to uphold. Under the California Racial Mascot Act, schools are required to eliminate derogatory Native American mascots like the one at Hiram Johnson. In addition, Sacramento City Unified School District has policies that prohibit derogatory and culturally insensitive imagery. Continuing to allow this mascot contradicts both state law and the district's own standards. Thank you for taking time, and thank you for giving my child and all of our children here a platform to speak, and thank you for welcoming them and for listening to them.
Hello, I'm Wiaka Milk from the Oglala Nation, and Native children have been forced to sit through school assemblies, pep rallies, and sporting events where their identities are mocked, where their cultures are reduced to cartoonish caricatures such as savages, warriors, tomahawk chops, and fake regalia worn by non-Native people. These portrayals are not harmless. They're deeply damaging and perpetuating stereotypes. The American Psychological Association reports that Native mascots negatively affects the mental health, self-esteem, and identity development of Native children. We are here today to say we are affected, we are offended, and we are not your mascots.
Next speakers, we have Sarah Spinka, followed by Daniel Spinka. Then we have Linda Sachs and Ignacio Taylor.
Good evening, board members of the board and superintendent. My name is Sarah Spinka, and I'm a member of the Pasqual Yaqui tribe. I stand before you today to address the urgent need to retire Hiram's current mascot. This issue does not exist in a vacuum. It bears striking resemblance to many stances the BIPOC community has forced us to take as a collective. We are not alone in this battle. Across the country's communities of color are fighting against the same pattern. Mascots that rely on tired stereotypes in schools named after individuals who committed heinous acts against marginalized people. These are not just symbols, they are persistent reminders of a history of exclusion. For the Native American community, this specific administration failure triggers a cascade of exclusionary disciplinary actions. When a school environment feels hostile or dehumanizing, it removes students from the learning environment and effectively bars their access to high-quality, rigorous college and career pathways. When we allow these symbols to remain, we are choosing to prioritize a tradition of stereotyping over the actual success and safety of our students. We cannot claim to offer an equitable education while maintaining a climate that pushes BIPOC students out of the classroom and away from vital college and career opportunities. I urge this board to look at the broader movement for justice and realize that we have an opportunity to be on the right side of history. Let us move toward a mascot that reflects our modern values in respect and inclusion. Let us ensure that our administrative policies and our symbols support the success of all students rather than triggering their exclusion. In the end, does SUSD want to be equitable and exclusive to all student populations, or do we merely want to be equity pimps? Thank you.
Good evening, board. It's the first time I've been here in this capacity, and I want to say this, everything I say is personal tonight. It has nothing to do with my team or my district or any of my employment, but this is personal. My family, my children, my wife, they're all Native, and I'm an ally to the folks that I stand here tonight. I know what it's like when my kids bring home a book that says Pocahontas Princess. I know what it's like when my kids come home with feathers taped to paper ribbon on their head, and I know what it's like when these damaging stereotypes get stitched to our students and our families and our kids when they get their educational upbringing in our system. And I think it's time that we change. We're way past due, and you all have instilled in people like me and the people in the back to do that change. And tonight's your opportunity to give us that directive. And so I'm expecting that you do that for us tonight. Please do that change for us. Thank you.
Linda Sachs, followed by Ignacio Taylor, then Juno Tayaba.
Good evening. My name is Linda Sachs, citizen of the Cherokee Nation, senior consultant for the California Legislative Native American Caucus of the Office of Assemblymember James Ramos. Thank you, Chair and Board, for this opportunity. My boss, Assemblymember Ramos, co-authored AB 3074 in 2024 alongside with Assemblymember Pilar Schiavo. AB 3074 is also known as the California Racial Mascot Act. It reiterates that non-Native owned and operated public schools are prohibited from using any derogatory Native American term as a mascot, nickname, school, or athletic team. It also expands the definition of derogatory Native American term as under Ed Code Section 221.3 and amended Ed Code Section 333, 15 to be updated in accordance with this change in law. I heard a mention of finance earlier. This includes provisions for reimbursement to local educational agencies for costs associated with replacing prohibited Native American mascots effective July 1 of this year. But I'm positive, and as I heard the presentation earlier, having done your due diligence, you're aware of many of these things. But I will tell you the proof of that burden of it being a racial and negative, very negative mascot, that proof of that burden falls on the folks you see behind me here. Native Americans ages 15 to 34 inflict self-harm 2.5 times higher than any other demographic, and there's empirical evidence correlating Native American mascots of any kind negatively impacts the mental health of Native Americans, especially students. The National Congress of American Indians, the largest national organization representing American Indians across the United States, has the mascot warriors listed as harmful. Now, I encourage you, the board.
Sorry, I'm going to ask you to wrap up.
To take the opportunity to not examine this conversation from a lens of what was once socially acceptable, but rather as a matter of awareness and truth and genuine education and setting yourselves apart from the centuries-long practices of harming Indigenous people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Juno Tayaba, followed by Margarita Radon and Viola Williams.
My name is Juna Tayaba, and I am a youth from the Shingle Springs Band of Miwok Indians, and I support the mascot change. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good job, Juna.
Hello, my name is Margarita Radin. I am of Yaqui and Mexica descent. I'm a parent of 3 SAC Unified students. The first is at McClatchy, which is the home of the Lions. My second is at the Met. The mascot is the wolf. And my last child goes to the Language Academy, and their mascot is the jaguar. In 1999, I graduated from Sacramento High School. It's home of the Dragons. If you notice, there's a pattern of mascots being animals and mythical creatures. When I was a junior at Sac High, I went to see a play put on by my peers called The Music Man, a classic American musical. And in this musical, there is a scene where my peer put on a war bonnet and began dancing and chanting. If you need a visual example, watch the original Peter Pan cartoon. I can recall all the awful feelings I had watching that student portray what she thought my people are. And not only that, but that my school had allowed it to happen. There is no difference between that and someone doing blackface on stage. I am proud of Lausanne for speaking up for Native youth and the youth that still lives in me. Our feathers, our regalia, our songs and dance are sacred. We are not mascots. By letting this type of mascot continue at Hiram Johnson, a warrior with a war bonnet tells our youth that Indigenous people are animals and mythical creatures. I ask that you change this so our students know what human decency is. Stereotypes do not instill self-esteem or cultural pride.
Hey. Hey, Uncle Malio, Viola Achwiliet. Hello, I'm Viola. And I know Native Americans that have gone to Hiram Johnson and currently go there. None of them have a good experience. It can all be attributed to the mascot and the imagery that the school currently uses. It's misappropriation of our culture because we aren't dressing up to play pretend or to be costumes. The things we do and the regalia that we wear, we do because our tribe, our family, and our ancestors taught us how to do that. And we've actually had to fight and struggle to keep our culture alive and to maintain those traditions. The education can change the world, right? That's why you guys are all probably on the school board. So changing the mascot is consistent with what school board anti-discrimination policy already exists. And then it'll show the support of the school board for the Native students in the school district. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last speaker on the topic is Christina Perry Chicken.
go as fast as I possibly can. Good evening, Board President Jean, Superintendent McCarn, and board members. My name is Christina Prairie Chicken Narvez. I'm Oglala Lakota, and I'll be speaking as a parent tonight. I have 3 children that attend SUSD schools, and I would like to address the imagery at Hiram Johnson High School. The image that stands out the most is what was supposed to be a Native man wearing a war bonnet. A war bonnet is a symbol that comes from Plains tribes, where my people are from. I will not go into great detail the significance of a headdress because I believe that some things are meant just for our people. I do want to create an understanding of the depiction that SUSD students see every day. The war bonnet is made up of several singular eagle feathers, each one having an immense amount of meaning. My children have recently had their naming ceremonies where they each received an eagle feather. It was probably the most significant milestone they've had in their lives thus far. When you think about what that means and the amount of responsibility somebody has when they wear a war bonnet, it's a lot. They're not just given to anyone. This is an image that is in our schools in a very prominent way without a clear understanding of what it really means. As a parent, it's a very hard conversation to have when discussing why things like this exist in our schools. My children can spot odd fixtures and representations in everyday life. We just went to Disneyland. There's the Indian walking down. When you walk into Disneyland, it's on like one of the rides. They took pictures and they were so frustrated, right? And they're 6, 10, and 11. If we have the capacity to make changes for Indian students, this is a worthwhile endeavor, as stated before, with everything that we have going on. Thank you.
Thank you. Board discussion. Member Singh.
Hello. All right. Well, I do have a ton to say. So I want to start by thanking Lausanne for putting this effort in. Those of you who don't know, I do represent Hiram Johnson High School, and I believe it was one of the first things that I mentioned. I swear it was one of the first things I mentioned when I joined the school board. I was like, yeah, this has got to go. This doesn't work. I had a meeting early on with folks from the Native American community, and we talked about, I think it was about a student and the sacredness of the hair, and we connected over that. I know how this imagery, I would speak from a personal perspective of having long hair, keeping your hair, keeping it sacred, tying it, and I can't imagine seeing my turban being used as imagery, regardless of how people see it. And that, for me, was enough to connect at that human level to realize what I believe to be a shared experience. What's really bothering me, and I know we all got these packets, is when I've been to Hiram Johnson, one, when you enter the basketball gymnasium, you have the biggest mascot I've ever seen painted on a wall. The truth is, I know there's a process, but what I'm looking for is we have a bill, right? We have law that can just allow us to say the mascot's gotta go. We can figure out the rest later. That's where I'm at. I mean, if there's an opportunity to start painting over, erasing, getting rid of this, that's what I wanna see, then the community can figure out. I think, because I think the law doesn't supersede what our process is, doesn't supersede what the law says. So we can erase the imagery, get rid of the imagery, and then we can set up all the processes that you would want to set up in order to have a correct community conversation. What I want to avoid is allowing people to come in and start voicing their opinions on whether the mascot should stay or go. I've seen how this pans out in other districts. This happened in Fresno at Fresno High School, for example, which also used the same exact imagery. And I also think that people's opinions kind of don't matter. I want to be very honest for anybody who's listening. If you're not Native American, I actually don't care what your opinion is on Native American imagery and the use of mascots, right? And I say that very bluntly and honestly. I shouldn't have an opinion on this, and neither should anybody else. So That's kind of where I'm going to pause. There are at least 4 or 5 major examples in here, including the war imagery inside the cafeteria, in the old cafeteria, I believe. And I also want to mention, even when we use the podium at Hiram Johnson High School to make announcements, we have to stand in front of a podium of a person wearing the headdress. So I think everybody knows exactly how I feel, but I just want to pause, and I don't really have questions for you, Nathaniel, other than I know there's a process. I know you're well aware of it, but I do want to see what it would look like for us to fall into line with the legalities here. And it's also nice to hear that there is a reimbursement process. So if somehow this became a fiscal issue, and we know we're in a fiscal solvency plan process, it's good to hear that there's a reimbursement process. So of course we would go down that avenue if a mascot is eventually chosen to be different. And for the record, I like imaginary mascots, so dragons are cool, and so are other animals, and whatever we got to do. It's no lions, McClatchy has one, but I'm sure there's tigers or whatever else we want to do. My point is, this is an easy thing to do, and this district has shown on many occasions with the name changes that we've done to Miwok, to Suyu, and other school sites that we're primed to make these changes, to make our students feel safe, welcomed, and at the end of the day, we're on stolen land, and the least we can do is not mock people for existing. So thank you.
Thank you. Real quick, if I could, Member Singh, on the reimbursement component, there is a large feeling and understanding based on the language within the bill and in other experiences in relation to other bills that reimbursement won't really come through. And if it does, it will be many, many years down the road.
Member Rhodes.
Thank you for that clarity as well. My time's up.
Thank you, Member Rhodes.
Can I have more time? No, fine. So I want to say this. As a board, we've already taken steps to right the wrongs of, our organization with the renaming of multiple schools. So I think that my colleagues are aligned with this already. And I think that the community understands kind of where we stand. So this is a no-brainer for me. My question to you, though, is I know what the approach is. I know what the state law says. What is the timeline? What would the timeline look like for us to not necessarily see if people want to remove it, because we already want to remove it. The question is, what is the timeline of going through the process, talking to community around, renaming it, and all of those things? What does that tangibly look like for you?
Yeah, so I think first and foremost, if we get the direction to go remove some of the most egregious representations that you've talked about, I think I counted 6 when I walked a few weeks ago. That could probably definitely happen before the start of the school year.
Okay.
I think that we would have to have some conversations about what do we want to do about the mascot in general. Is it a redefining of the warrior? Is it acceptable to the Native community to maintain the arrow and plains feather mascot that has come in its place? I'm not necessarily sure, and would want to give space to our indigenous community to make that recommendation as well. And then from there, we have to start figuring out how big and far and the depth of that work. We would then have to start figuring out, based on that, if we are going to maintain the warrior image, what does the student engagement and the community engagement look like to define what that warrior is? Maybe they want it to be a spiritual warrior, or, since you like the... and then from there, if they want to completely, since we're doing this, completely rethink what a new mascot would be, it would be, again, community engagement and components like that. But I think what I'm hearing is and I absolutely agree, the most appalling imagery that's still there could and should be removed quickly.
Yeah, and I would say, at least what I've heard today, is that any type of depiction of headdress culture, any of those things are unacceptable. And so it's not the question of like, should we remove it? I don't think that's the question at all. I think like that's like goes without saying. I think so. My end, you heard from Member Singh as well. That stuff got to go like ASAP. But the question I have is, how are you going to engage the community around what comes next? It seems like you guys have a plan. I would like to also get some other clarity. You said, it's like he said, she said, right? You had let us know about the reimbursement, but then we have somebody from the office saying it does get reimbursed. I would like to get maybe something to the board to explain that more in detail, and maybe get legal opinion on that as well, so that we really understand that well and that we can make an informed decision. But I think that taking the mascot down and any regalia is important, and we've already traveled down that path, and we need to continue down the path. And so that's where I stand. I'm with you, Member Singh. Sooner the better.
Member Benjamin.
Thank you for this. So I have a question. So it looks like the protections were strengthened in 2020. It's been 6 years. So my question is, where are we at in the timeline? Because it says by 2026, right? And I understand, kind of the stuff that, the steps that we need to take to kind of make the change. But my question is, what stops us from getting the paintbrush out, right? And just getting rid of that mascot that's in the gym? It's ridiculous. It's huge. It's big. It's disrespectful, and it just needs to go. And so I understand the $250,000 price tag or whatever, but I don't know what that paint would cost. But we can get that done like soon, and so that's what I push for.
So I've been in the district for 10 years, and I've walked Hiram Johnson 4 times over that 10 years, specifically around the mascot. I've been at this podium now twice in those 10 years talking about the mascot as well. So I think formal direction is needed.
All right. I was looking at, and honestly, both Member Rhodes and Member Benjamin said similar things. So it's 2026. I heard January and I've heard July 1st. Do we have a deadline of when this needs to happen?
Yeah, it needs to happen by July 1st. I just read the legislative bill again.
Okay.
But we do have someone from the office too, so.
So by July 1st means we're on a really tight timeline to take care of this.
Yep.
And that's a non-negotiable. Where's the school site on this? Have they had conversations about this need to change?
I've had a few different conversations with the school site over the last few years. And there's some mixed emotions, very similar to when we renamed Miwok or renamed Emoja as well. It's just a portion of their identity, and however that may land with certain communities, it's just something that I've encountered with renaming schools or going through mascots. So.
We don't get to break law.
Yeah.
This is law. It needs to be taken care of. Page 7, thank you. Page 7 says who initiates the process. And I guess I'm really disappointed that our current process is so ambivalent about that. I guess I would assume that a law that's passed, the school site would be told, you need to grapple with this law, start putting something together, because it doesn't seem like the board should need to give this direction. But it sounds like if that's what you need, I think we've had 3 of us speak, and I'm seeing head nods. So the direction is given. This needs to be taken care of. We need to be compliant with law by July 1st. I appreciate the sensitivity in which you're wanting to have that conversation around the idea of redefining warrior. I also am very concerned about what conversations that's going to lead to, and wonder if that's asking even more of our community. So I would love to hear what our timeline is to make sure that that paint is done by July 1st and that things are removed, and that there is a process to involve all stakeholders, including the school, because as a teacher, I'm a fighting zebra. We're the only fighting zebras in the United States. We are very proud of that. Oh yeah, baby. No, we are the fighting zebras. So we are very proud of our mascots, and I understand that identity and the culture that's built around that. But part of what Hiram Johnson's going to need is a redefining of their culture and who they are today and how they want to move forward with a new mascot. That is not cultural appropriation, and incredibly, the words. So I believe the direction has been given. Member Ibarra, do you want to add anything?
No, I mean, you pretty much summed up what I was going to say. The only thing really to add is that I know you meant well, but nobody's feelings in this supersede the law or the request of the community that this is directly impacting. And as a mother of 2 children that have gone to Hiram Johnson and has been heavily invested, I can confidently say that the sentiment of the larger, greater good of the community that feeds into that community align with the message that we just heard here tonight. But we do need to go through a formal process so that you all can hear the community say that out loud. However, just echoing what you just said.
Member Singh?
Thank you. I'll make it quick so we can wrap up. We're leaning on law because it's there, right? But I also think this board has the moral compass to say we would do this regardless. So I want to be clear about that. I also want to mention that because we've done that with other school sites already, and then again, yeah, the timeline I'm looking for is paintbrushes. That's the timeline I'm looking for. And everything else, I will say that we need to make sure, and I know you know this, but I'll say it out loud so you can hear it. It's involving the community, and it is involving Hiram Johnson students. The students sign these petitions. Other school site students sign these petitions. Native students, non-native students, folks who are allies. I want folks to be involved in the process, because if we start doing this outside of this, what does that look like? What does a good process look like? What does a process that still involves people but also lets them know, like, this isn't your place, but if you want to be involved in, like, the actual transformation of something to something positive, you're welcome to do that as an ally or as someone who wants to see a positive change out Hiram Johnson in that sense. So I think there's a lot of opportunity here. And the one thing I want to mention before we finish off is the last time I went to Hiram Johnson High School football game, there's a giant war drum that starts the game off. That's ridiculous too. That is not something that I would imagine is appropriate or something that's welcomed by the community, because that's not what the war drum was used for. So I want to also mention that when we're not looking for exceptions or carve-outs or ways for folks to maintain their emotional attachment to the site based off something that actually has no personal attachment to them. So if we're going to clear things up, let's really clear up what are you doing that is stealing from another community's culture and appropriating it as your own. So thank you.
I think you have a direction.
I do, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving on to 10.8, approve contracts report, over $15,000.
Thanks, guys. We do good shit.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, President Jean, Superintendent McCarn. Congratulations, President Jean. We'll yield the floor back to you for any questions on the report.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
All right, so we have our contracts report that is off consent to make sure we are discussing. Are there any polls or things we want to ask about this evening? Are there any what? Polls. Are there any questions that we have? I shouldn't say polls, just more questions that we have on any of these. Going once. Going twice. It's in the agenda. It's in the packet. Yeah. Sorry, no, it'd be in your yellow packet. You'd have to find, yeah. It's 10.8. Thank you. 10.8. Okay. All right, are there any we're wanting to ask about? Member Kayada.
On the second page, there was another expenditure to SCOE for Sly Park. That was the fourth line down. Yes, so that would be my recommendation. I went through this. I had some questions for staff. I appreciate the response. This is the only one that I think would be consistent with the direction we gave the last time we had an agenda like this, is this particular item should be reconsidered after July 1st.
So I think it's the fifth line down. It was for Leonardo da Vinci Elementary School for $22,000 to SCOE. And you're wanting to pull that one?
Yes, consistent with
Okay.
the same thing we did for the other school.
Okay. So that one would be pulled. Are there any others? Okay, I would move approval of all others except for the pull. Do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
All right, roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin? Aye. Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Ibarra?
Aye. All right, thank you. We're going to move on to all of our calendars, starting with 11.2, approving our adult education calendar for the 2026-2027 school year.
Good evening, Board President
Welcome.
Jean, Superintendent McCarn, members of the board. I'm come with the various charter academic calendars for this year, and they're across the different agenda numbers. The first one is 11.2. This is seeking approval of the adult education academic calendar. These calendars represent the work of the employee relations team, the central office leadership, informed by the Innovative Schools, Amanda Goldman, and site leaders from our charter schools, and then the negotiation engagement that we have with our labor partner. This first calendar has a start date of August 11th and a end date of May 20th. Sorry, there we go. And it is our recommendation to approve.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Board discussion?
I just want to say that.
I will entertain a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second? Roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Ibarra?
Aye. Moving on to 11.3, approve Bowling Green Charter Schools calendar 2026-2027 school year. Welcome back.
Yeah, thank you. Similarly, this calendar has a start date that mimics the traditional academic calendar on the 11th and ending on May 27th. It is our recommendation to approve.
Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Board discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
No motion?
Second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada?
Aye.
Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Ibarra?
Aye. Moving on to 11.4, approve new Joseph Bonheim Community Charter School calendar 2026-2027 school year.
Thank you for having me back. This one has a start date earlier on July 30th and an end date the same as the traditional calendar on the 27th. It is our recommendation to approve.
I don't agree. Thank you. Is there any public comment?
There is not.
Board discussion?
Just one, I have one.
Of course.
Just for clarification for public, Can you explain why New Joseph Bonheim is starting on the 30th versus the other start date of, what was it, like August 11th?
They have
or
more
whatever?
breaks.
Yeah, I know, but it's for.
Sorry, I was just noticing lots more breaks on here.
So that I'm a little familiar with their calendar year and how it operates, so I understand, but I want to ensure that other folks understand why their start date is different. So if you can just give a quick explanation, that would be great.
I'm not super intimate on all the details of the individual MOUs, but I do know that the model for New Joseph Bonheim is to have something closer to a year-round program, and so it's spaced out. Whereas they have still 180 days like the other calendars, they have longer breaks so that it utilizes more of the year.
So it's mostly around the school culture of how they see fit, basically.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm noticing a break in October and a break in February that's not on the other calendars. Mhm. Yeah. Member Rhodes, did you want to say anything? And Member Benjamin? No, okay, just all of your names popped up, I don't know why. The system decided you wanted to talk. All right. Do we have any public comment?
We do not.
Any further board discussion? I'll entertain a motion to approve.
I'll motion.
Second?
Second?
And roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Ibarra?
Aye. 11.5, approve Sacramento New Tech Early College High School Calendar 2026-2027 school year. Welcome back.
Thank you. So similar to the last one, this one, the charter for Sacramento New Tech has a different number of days. So we'll see it's 175 days instead of 180. They have the same start of August 11th and end date as the traditional calendar, but there's more. There's an extra week in there. They're off winter break to reflect the 5 less days they have in their charter.
All right. Any public comment
Choose to do it, yeah, okay.
No public comment.
or discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion.
Second?
Second?
Roll call vote.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh? Member Ibarra?
Aye. And 11.6, approve the Met Sacramento Calendar 2026-2027 school year.
And for the Met, they have 180 days in their calendar. They are starting a week earlier than the traditional calendar on the 4th, having the extra week off in the winter break and ending at the same day as the traditional calendar. Our recommendation is to approve.
Any public comment
We do not.
or discussion? I'll entertain a motion.
I'll motion.
Second?
Second?
Roll call.
Member Jean?
Aye.
Member Kayada? Member Benjamin?
Aye.
Member Navarro?
Aye.
Member Rhodes?
Aye.
Member Singh?
Aye.
Member Ibarra?
Aye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Back to 11.1, fiscal solvency plan update and recommendations. Welcome, cabinet members. Thank you for being here so late.
Good evening, board members, and good evening, Superintendent McCarn. My name is Brian Heap, and I'm the Chief Communications Officer, joined by my cabinet colleagues tonight, and we're going to be talking to you about the latest on our fiscal solvency plan, as well as the restructuring plan that we have been working on for many weeks now. As we begin this evening, I just want to let you know that a brief overview of what we're going to be doing. We'll talk very quickly about some of the different challenges that we have identified that we are facing, as well as our roadmap for the near future and our current process for restructuring the CERNA staff and admin district-wide. The process that we went through, we're going to peel back the layers on that, take you through that. And then finally, we're going to present to you a couple of different reorganization options for you to consider this evening. Okay. So with that, if we can advance the slide. Here we go. Let's see. There we go. So throughout our process of looking into our fiscal solvency plan and examining our entire history, We came up with 4 structural drivers that have helped to lead us here, and very quickly I'll go through them because we've talked about them in the past. We have an obvious enrollment decline that we're in the midst of that is having an impact on our revenue. We also have identified that compensation is a structural consideration as a part of our process. For example, we have a number of different labor contracts, MOUs, that lock us into certain things and ratios, et cetera. We also have identified, as we've talked about many times here, that special education is our fastest moving driver of costs right now, and we are working to fix that. And fundamentally, over the last couple of years, we have not done a good job of developing a plan for reducing our structural deficit spending, and that is what we're working on as well. Here's just kind of graphically for you a little bit of a refresher on the enrollment trends that we've talked about. You can see the decline that we've experienced in recent years, as well as what we're starting to see as a little bit of a leveling off, which is somewhat encouraging for sure. One of the things that we identified a need to do right away is to correct our revenue trajectory, because the trajectory is obviously negative. We need to reverse that. And what we came up with is a targeted approach for improving our ADA, our average daily attendance. We believe that that is something that we can achieve. ADA is a real driver for the revenue as opposed to the actual enrollment number. We also want to focus on enrollment retention. We know that the enrollment is falling, so what can we do to help better keep the students that we already have so that we're not losing them to charter schools, private schools, other districts, for example. And then also, we want to talk a little bit about strategic facilities consolidation and emphasis on the word strategic. And I know the board has already taken a high-level first look at this approach. You had a special workshop about it a week ago just to kind of jumpstart conversations around that. What we've identified is that realistically, a recovery timeline for the district is somewhere between 2031 and 2033. So what do we mean by realistic recovery? We think that is the earliest date at which we can zero out our balances and no longer be in a structural deficit. And the way that we get to that by 2031 is by making sure that we hold steady to these 4 things that are listed here. We have to correct that special education cost trajectory. We also have to make sure that any future labor agreements are reflective of our true financial picture at the time. And then we need to be able to achieve some of the facilities savings that, again, we have just begun discussions about. But whatever decisions are made on that, and I know it's very preliminary, but we don't even estimate we can really see savings until 28-29 school year at the earliest. And then finally, what we need to do is build some stability with our senior financial leadership team. As the board is aware, we are in the process of trying to hire a new CBO, and we need someone who has some experience in fiscal solvency plans and guiding districts through very difficult financial times. So these are 4 different decisions that we have identified that need to be taken by the district in the next year. Some of these things have already begun. We need a commission on the special education fiscal efficiency audit before the end of this year. We also need to fill that CBO position I just talked about. And we need to begin some genuine community engagement about the facilities maximization plan. So if we're going to do that, if that is the will of the board, and again, I know it's very early in the process, but we need to start talking with our community so that they can start to ask the questions that they have and we can provide answers. And then we also want to make sure that we are providing monthly fiscal solvency reports. This is more of an accountability measure for us as opposed to any type of compliance. And the last thing I will talk to you about this evening is some ideas that we have for extending our fiscal runway. And what do I mean by that? I mean trying to come up with the best way that we can stave off the possibility of receivership for as long as possible. And I won't go through this entire list because many of these things are on our fiscal solvency plan already. We've talked about them. Just a couple of things I would highlight, though. An attendance recovery initiative. We don't know what that looks like exactly yet, but we need to come up with something so that we can recover that ADA we talked about. We also need to identify ways that we can maximize our borrowing, interfund borrowing, and manage our cash flow in the short term. And finally, we want to reevaluate our in-house counsel position. As the board is aware, we have tried many times in the past to hire an in-house legal counsel. We've been unsuccessful at that. We want to take another look because we think that can help us reduce our legal costs. And with that, I will turn it over to the Deputy Soup.
Taller than me. We want to start the discussion of the restructuring plan tonight with a reminder of how we approached our work. We, by knowing our challenges and our systemic and pervasive, looking at past and current practices and structures, but all the while creating a space for listening and collaborative problem solving. This slide reminds us of our 4 parallel work streams, starting with data collection and information gathering. These are repeat slides that we showed you 2 weeks ago, and we're going to go into depth further. We shared 2 weeks ago the variety of data collected in our process and the research conducted for our restructuring work, and you see a reminder of that here. You can also see some examples of specific data collection and research articles that we utilized in our study of our process. We also shared a brief overview of the study and analysis we had started, but we want to take a deeper dive into some of the study and analysis tonight. A few of the questions that guided us are on the screen. A few that really stood out for us are there structures that we have that help or hinder us? Are there things that are mandatory versus discretionary, things we've liked doing but that we don't have to do that we should look at? And are there hidden efficiencies? This is where we're going to share with you a little bit more in depth what we meant by study, reflection, and analysis. This illustrates one of the studies we did early on. We held meetings with each department lead in the CERNA Center and beyond and gathered responsibilities and functions within their departments and within their roles. Once compiled, we looked at each of the responsibilities for a variety of factors. Among other things, we looked at the frequency, the complexity, and if the task is mandated by law, Ed Code, or CBA. We also did a complete inventory of all active job descriptions in the system to measure those responsibilities against. We then disaggregated the responsibilities and functions of those job descriptions not tied to sites and looked for duplication as well as possible negative impact on the system if the responsibility was not done or was not completed. Using all of the analysis conducted, central staff then developed several versions of organizational structure scenarios, looking for ways to connect departments, to streamline the system for efficiencies and duplication within our ranks. We also created multiple scenarios of further reductions based in part on what is mandated or required, what is vital to operations, what supports the safety of students and staff, and what is basic to the core program we support. We show this slide again to illustrate the feedback loop involved throughout the process, including central staff, extended cabinet, advisories, as well as key stakeholders. The work before you tonight reflects the commitment of countless hours of time and energy of your central staff over the last 8 weeks. The restructuring of work of central office will take place for the 26-27 school year, but our work continues. By restructuring central office first, leadership is setting the stage and context to tackle larger, more structural deficit issues long-term. I'm now going to turn it over to our interim chief academic officer, who will share the results of the work that we just walked through.
Thank you, and good evening, everyone. To arrive at data-driven recommendations for our central office restructure, we analyzed 5 distinct scenarios, ranging from the status quo to reductions so deep they would jeopardize our legal compliance. As Mary illustrated in the Seeing the System analysis, this process led us to develop a final recommended scenario for the 26-27 school year. As Brian noted, these 26-27 decisions are strategic. They are designed to extend our fiscal runway while we build the long-term solutions necessary to solve our historical structural deficit. A quick technical note, the FTE and cost figures presented here are estimates based on extensive staff engagement and a deep audit of district needs. While final numbers may shift slightly during implementation, these estimates provide an accurate representation of the fiscal and operational impact of each scenario. Slide 21 shows scenario A, which is our current status quo. At present, our central office is staffed with 845 FTE at an annual cost of $132 million. While this structure supports our current way of doing business, our data continues to prove it is no longer aligned with our declining enrollment or our long-term revenue projections. This is the baseline we are moving away from to ensure the short and long-term health of our system. Scenario B, we applied the board's directive for a cap of 270 administrators and the original fiscal solvency plan's 20% budget reduction. This brought our central office FTE down to 724 at a cost of $111 million. While scenario B successfully hit our numerical targets, it represents a quota-based approach rather than a functional approach. To ensure we weren't just hitting numbers at the expense of our mission, we also developed a not pictured scenario C, simply to stress test those cuts from the ground up. This functional comparison was critical. It allowed us to move beyond arbitrary quotas and identify which positions are truly non-discretionary. Ultimately, this compliance-first stress test is what provided the foundation for the balanced and sustainable recommendation you will see in scenario E. But first, let's take a look at scenario D. While scenario D offers the deepest reductions and the most immediate cost savings, bringing us down to approximately 600 FTE and a cost of $93 million, it represents what we consider a danger zone for the district. This model strips us to the bare minimum for legal compliance, but in doing so, it creates significant risks that could ultimately cost the district more than it saves. Specifically, by eliminating positions that oversee grant and title funding, we risk the loss or even the mandatory payback of those critical revenue sources. Reductions in vital safety positions would directly compromise the well-being of our students and staff, and delayed response times across the board would create a cascade of functionality issues, leaving the district vulnerable to legal action and fiscal penalties. We modeled scenario D to find our absolute floor, but we are not recommending it. The risks to our students, families, and the district's long-term stability are simply too high, and most importantly, most sustainable for the long-term success of our students. Oops. We have a little mix-up with where scenario E went. Let me find it. Scenario E. After a rigorous analysis, we are bringing forward a recommendation for scenario E. This scenario represents a deliberate synthesis of our goals, bridging the gap between our financial targets and our operational obligations. It honors the board's original directive. Scenario E meets the numerical goals established in scenario B, ensuring we maintain a streamlined administrator count of less than 270 and achieve the significant cost savings required to begin to stabilize our budget. It prioritizes legal integrity by incorporating the ground-up functional findings from scenario C and restoring those non-discretionary positions that ensure we stay in compliance and protect our funding sources. And it protects the core. Unlike the high-risk scenario D, this recommendation is designed to mitigate the district's vulnerability. It preserves the core educational programming and operational infrastructure that our students, schools, and families rely on every day. By choosing scenario E, we aren't just cutting numbers on a page, we are intentionally redesigning a central office that is leaner, legally sound, and most importantly, most sustainable for the long-term success of our students. This chart allows us to look at the scenarios side by side. However, we want to be very clear. These numbers do not reflect the immense value every single employee brings to our district. We recognize that behind every data point is a person, a family, and a vital service provided to our students. As you know, these are incredibly heavy decisions requiring thorough consideration. Let's take one final look at the fiscal reality of our recommendation. By moving from our current state to scenario E, we reduce our central office footprint by approximately 136 FTE and achieve a total annual cost savings of approximately $24 million for the 26-27 school year. Notably, scenario E is still more efficient than scenario B. While the initial directive gave us a numerical target, scenario E is a surgical redesign that finds deeper savings by restructuring how we work rather than simply applying a quota. Scenario D offers the most aggressive cost cutting, but it crosses a line into operational vulnerability. We have reached a point where further reductions would likely cost the district in litigation, loss of revenue, and safety risks than we may save in payroll. Scenario E is the responsible path. It exceeds our savings goals while keeping the district safe and functional. The key difference in scenario E is what we choose to preserve. Unlike the more drastic scenarios, this plan is built to protect the system. We preserve the critical oversight positions necessary to manage our grants, title funding, and special education compliance. We maintain the essential infrastructure for safety, facilities, and operations, and we protect central services that directly impact the classroom, aiming to ensure that school sites aren't left to absorb administrative burdens that take their focus away from teaching and learning. Each of these scenarios involves significant changes to our organizational charts and, unfortunately, the elimination of positions. These require sensitive, difficult conversations with our valued staff, which our cabinet team is in the process of having right now. We expect to share the full organizational charts publicly next week, with the final layoff list coming to the board for approval on May 7th. Before we move into board discussions, we want to pause and speak directly to the human reality of this plan. We are acutely aware that these aren't just FTEs on a chart. They are colleagues whose livelihoods are being impacted and whose contributions have shaped our district. We feel the weight of this loss, both in terms of the services we provide and the professional community we have built together. We also want to express our profound gratitude for our staff. Throughout this incredibly stressful process, our teams have shown remarkable patience and professional commitment. They have contributed their time, their data, and their honest input to help us find a path forward toward insolvency, even when that path has been personally difficult. Their dedication to our students, especially in this time of great uncertainty, is the standard we are all striving to uphold. This restructuring is a necessary step to ensure our district can continue to serve our students for decades to come, but that doesn't make the personal cost any less significant. We are committed to handling the coming weeks with as much dignity and support as possible for every impacted employee. With that, I'll turn it over to the board for discussion and questions.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
We do have one.
Sarah Kanda.
Okay.
Sarah.
Board discussion. Member Singh.
Guess it's my day, or evening, or night. I want to jump just right into the scenarios, but I do want to say I appreciate the mindfulness and thoughtfulness that you expressed, Aaron, at the end, and these are not easy discussions, and we hear a lot. Whether it's from staff, our community members, I think there needs to be a lot of thoughtfulness in core programming. And when I mean core programming, it's when I've been getting emails about folks not being able to get their kids' enrollment figured out. That concerns me, right? When I hear that folks are not feeling strong about school safety issues, that concerns me, right? But what I also did see is that you all went above the 270 and 20% that we put out. So I think that's for me, goes a long way and showcases and deserves some appreciation that you gave us what we had asked for. And when I'm looking at the FTE and the cost savings, I'm seeing a higher cost savings in your recommendation. I also want to note that there is a lot of truth to the differences between D and E. These are my observations of the couple years on the school board, which is when we think we're about to save some money, we ended up costing ourselves with litigation. I say this as an attorney, we have spent way too much time losing money. And sometimes you just need people to be doing the work rather than, to some level, contracting out or paying up when we're not able to do what we're supposed to do. So I just want to say I appreciate the staff recommendation, considering it goes above what we had asked for. And I think there's a lot of goodwill there, and I wanted to give you guys that feedback. So I'll start with that.
Member Navarro.
Yeah, so I just want to acknowledge that this is incredibly hard work. And I do appreciate what Aaron mentioned, that we're talking about people here. I believe that this board, maybe even the board before us, has been probably the best board in terms of taking care of their employees. And I am incredibly proud of that. And I just kind of acknowledge that. I want to pivot a little bit since it's related to something that was approved back in November. And I think this question might be for the CBO, even though the CBO was not, you're not the same CBO that was ran in November. But we voted to close Edward Kelly, the parent participation school, on a line item saying that we are leaving Tahoe open. But I don't believe there's been discussion on why on the numbers. At least publicly, I haven't seen them. But I was out for an extended period of time from November until like late February. So I can't go to my constituents and tell them, look, this is what we did, because I don't know what was done. And so I would like to request, I know you can't do that now, but if we can go back and get it maybe next board meeting, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Member Navarro, thank you so much for raising that and asking the question. And we can be prepared to share information in a 3-by to make sure that you have it. And I understand you're asking for something to come back at the next one in terms of like information to make sure that you have the information. So we will go back and look at both November and February and those board meetings and information and make sure we share that with you so that you have it.
Member Singh.
I just want to respectfully respond. Member Navarro, I think I don't want us to create a conversation about pinning 2 schools, because that's not what we had done. So I think I believe you guys had done multiple presentations that included what the costs were for each school site. And I want to be clear, it's not about, there's no personal fight that I was set out to do. It's more about, we were presented some options around funds, and Tahoe Elementary was seen through the data to more effectively sustain itself. And making those tough decisions as a board is where we kind of arrived at. So I just want to be clear that we've maintained constant communication and with both school sites. We've had to make some tough decisions. And I understand that there's also times that you were unable to be here and you're asking some good questions, but I want to be very clear that it's not a this or that. Those decisions were made based off the data that was provided to us, and that data did showcase that one of the sites was more, had more students and was able to sustain itself much better than the other site. So I just want to be clear about that. But that's all. I think a 3-by would be helpful, but there's also board presentations that had that data in there too.
Member Kayada?
I'll take it back to the presentation. So I first of all wanted to thank you all very much. I think this is the information that we need to understand what we need to do moving forward. And obviously we still have the larger fiscal solvency plan, but the big picture presented in such a manner that we can hold on to, I think is very helpful, because this is, I agree, really the big drivers that we need to address. So I appreciate that. And I also appreciate that we are being honest and you are being honest with us and with our community that this is not a one-year fix. This is going to take some time. It was a structural problem built over decades that got us here, and you can't fix it overnight. We're a school district. We need to educate kids. We can't say, let's get rid of half of our teachers because we can't afford them. That's just not something you can do. It's not like a private company where if you have a bad product line, you cut that line. We have to continue operating, and so it has to be a gradual correction where we slow our spending as revenues hopefully go up, as state COLAs continue to increase, and hopefully other spending comes through. So I very much appreciate that it's a long haul, but we're taking the steps now to turn it around and to make sure we're recognizing what we're doing. I think really before us tonight, ultimately, before we get back in future presentations to kind of some detail on the fiscal solvency plan, is direction to staff on which scenario looks right to us. Is that accurate? That you need that direction tonight? Okay, I'm seeing nods. So I will say, scenario E, it's recommended by staff and it's recommended for a reason. I am in full support of this scenario. I very much appreciate that you were able to take what I think at times felt like confusing board direction. Well, it must have been because of how long it took us to get here. And done what, in my opinion, this board asked for over a year ago. We had originally given this direction within the context of contract negotiations. And when I've mentioned previously that was, staff was not understanding or implementing the board's direction, this was this. This is actually what we had been asking for the whole time. And it took us an extra year to get here, but now we're here. And I'm glad that we ended up with something surgical, because I'm the one who gave the 270 number, and it was never meant to be a bright line. You have to hit this because it's arbitrary, or even, I will say, to me, it never was arbitrary. It was picking a historical number that made sense and could be tied to real data. But at the same time, we need to be surgical. We need to understand our operations today and how our service has changed. So I appreciate that E has got us to that point. I will say, it's disappointing that some staff we had here before weren't able to understand that, and that it took the board having to put a bright line number like that on the table for this to happen, because we wanted to do this the right way. We wanted staff to bring the recommendations, and we're here now. So I'm not going to dwell on that. I would just say, what I offer to staff is, if what the board's asking doesn't make sense, ask us, because it's clear that our direction has not been understood. It's been made clear in the press that our former CBO did not understand the board, because the stuff she said about us was inaccurate and really showed that she did not understand her role in this district when she was here, in addition to leaving us high and dry in the middle of our crisis. But with that said, we have scenario E, and I think this is going to get us where we need to go. So definitely want to hear what the rest of the board has to say, but I'm certainly feeling like this is the direction that I would like to provide staff. And more importantly, let's get moving on this, and let's get the actual data out about what this looks in terms of positions, so that staff understand what this is actually going to look like if we move in this direction. They have a right to know, the community has a right to know what the structure of our district looks like, not in just these big buckets, but the actual positions. And I want that to be out well before the final layoff notices go out.
Member Rhodes.
I'll keep mine brief. I think it's going to be important as we look at the scenarios that We're having the conversations with staff and labor partners around what this E actually impacts. And I know that you're thinking about that. I know we had conversations earlier. Mary, you said that you were being very strategic around with care, around how we do this. So I appreciate that. I look forward to those conversations and hearing back from those. Once again, I will echo my colleagues at E. I agree with that recommendation, and I do appreciate that it's coming in this way, that it was a collaborative process with you guys, forcibly, but we're here. And I just want to say thank you for the work, the effort, and I will agree with E moving forward. So look forward to the vote.
Member Ibarra.
Has the motion officially been made?
Oh,
Oh, okay. I wasn't, I was like, what's happening right now? Okay. I just want to make sure I understood where we're going. Yeah.
Was that it?
Oh, I was ready to make a motion.
Yeah, it's just information and direction. One of the analogies that's been in my head and on my heart as we've embarked on this journey has been the one of losing weight. You can lose weight fast and it's incredibly painful. When you lose weight slowly, it tends to be sustainable, it tends to be long-term, it tends to be more doable and manageable. And the choices we've had to make in the last 2 months are the fast track ones, and they're painful. And it's going to continue to be painful because it still has to be faster than we want it to be. And I just want to say thank you for being willing to step up and have those hard conversations to do this work. I know a lot more hard conversations are coming because this is still in the planning phase. When you start implementing it based on our board direction, it's going to spread through the system. And the questions and concerns and fears are now going to become real and tangible, and that's hard. So, but thank you for the care and the diligence and the conversations. I know it's been hours upon hours, and it's been heart-wrenching. But yes, I'm with my colleagues. Scenario E, let's move forward. Superintendent McCarn.
Just a quick note of thanks to Cabinet. You know, all 5 members have, as you, and I appreciate the board recognizing that it has been heavy work of the entire team, countless conversations, really difficult decisions to get to this place and to set us up for where we go next, which is as important, but just, I mean, I know it's very late, but this team, all 5 of them, have done an amazing job in helping to get where we are. And I appreciate that word surgical, being able to look and engage and have it an iterative process. So I just thank you to them.
And I'll echo what Member Rhodes said too of the next steps, and as you expand who's been talking and you get to the next level of conversations, making sure we're inviting the expertise and knowledge of other folks being impacted by all this and how it gets implemented, how it gets unrolled. So I have confidence you will continue those conversations. So, and yeah, right on time. Thank you so much. All right, moving on to 12.0, we have received information. 13.0, future board meeting, May 7th, 2026, 4:45, closed session, 6:15 right here, May 21st, same. And before we adjourn, just real quick, folks, we need you to talk about a special board meeting for celebrations. We need to know dates, so please make sure you see me before we leave to get that figured out. And with that, 14.0, adjournment at 11:50 p.m. 40 minutes earlier than we thought.
Good Lord.